tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Well, hi everybody. It's great to see you all. Hey, I'm going to shout out the few that have been out in the chat early. Rebecca Felter was the first one to pop in. And thank you, Rebecca, for sharing it out. And I want to remind everybody, this is a good time to do it. Share it on out. We get some folks over here in chat tonight. Kathy Gahan. Hi, sweetie. Oh, it's so good to see you. And, oh, who else we got here? Oh, Cinda Lou. Good to see you. Yes. And Texas Gamer Chick. It is awesome. It's awesome. It's great to see you back. The Killer Creations. Awesome. Love it. Love it. Lori J. Hello, Lori. Great to see you folks. Yep. Oh boy, it's hard to believe a week has gone by since I've gone live. Actually, it's been a week since I've been on any panels at all. I haven't been up on any panels this week. This week is kind of like a recovery week after the whole summer out at camp. So that's really what I was doing this week. Just kicking back, trying to get some things done here at home. And you know, for me, it's winter cleaning. It's kind of like spring cleaning for others. You know, I do spring cleaning and winter cleaning. The winter cleaning, that's to get rid of all my summer stuff and get all of my winter stuff out and hung in the closet and blah, 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 blah. Allie, good to see you, girl. Allie's in the house. There's my sweet granddaughter. Awesome. Hope you're doing well, Allie. Yeah, for myself, I'm doing fairly well. I can't really complain. It's cold. Winter is coming. It's coming. Once we get into November here in northern Wisconsin, anything can happen. Anything. This weekend, it's supposed to be in the upper 50s this weekend, and above freezing at night, which is a surprise because it's been below freezing every night. In fact, night before last. I didn't catch how cold it got last night, but it got doggone cold, at least as cold as it did the night before. It got down to 23 degrees. So, yeah, it was cold. Frost on everything. And yeah, it rained for a while night before last and then froze. So my truck, the windshield on my truck was just solid ice, Allie says. I accepted a new job and will be moving back to Minnesota in 6 weeks. Wow. Wow. Big move. Big move. Yeah. Oh, Lori, you had some flurries yesterday. Yeah. That's one thing we're not expecting any precipitation till this weekend. Warmer weather's going to bring some rain, and but they're not talking a lot of rain, just basically sprinkles. And it's going to stay warm enough that it's actual rain. Um, but we're getting close. It won't be long before things take that turn, and it all turns into snow. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. There's Matt J. Great to see ya. Hey, hey, hey. Yep. The Cinderloo Burr. And as you talk how cold it is, I all all outside and short. Kimberly Ferris. Great to see you, Kimberly. There's Samantha Lee. Hey, sweetie. I love it. I can start my streams with my custom intro that was made for me by Samantha. And I love it. I just love it so much. There's Computer Chick Productions doing my rounds on YouTube for everyone. There you go. She's a sweetheart, Computer Chick. Hey, if you aren't following her, you should get over there and follow her. All of you should follow each other. You really should. There's plain old Chuck. Great to see you, Chuck. Yeah, I don't have anybody in the basement right now. We'll see. We'll see if somebody trips into the basement. I did have running water down there for a while, but he had to cut out. He's had a really, really busy week, and I didn't get a chance to catch up on just what he's been doing to keep him so busy. He last time I talked to him earlier in the week, he's been bouncing all over the central U.S. and East Coast and just bouncing around, boom, 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 all over. And really, really, he's been working hard to get some miles in. Yeah. I have a wrestler on weight wrestling now with coaches and another awesome creator. Wow. I'm all over YouTube in different communities. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, girl. Allie, I was assuming he was busy. I haven't asked him too much the last 2 weeks. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Kayla. Yeah. Yep. It's awesome seeing all you folks. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm not alone anymore. Look at there.
Hey, dude.
Hi, sweetie.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I bet today I took the whole day, been cleaning up my computer, getting files all squared away, all that kind of hokey pokey crap, and getting all set up because starting Monday, I do my 5 streams a week. So
Oh wow.
yeah, trying to get all set up and ready. So what have you been up to?
Well, my brother got back home yesterday. He was working out of town for a couple weeks. So I was just cleaning the house, stocking up on groceries, and yeah. Hey, Cindy, don't lick inside the mouth. Ugh.
Yeah, a
Come on, bro.
little bit of dog tongue.
But yeah, just doing the house chores and errands in town and stuff. That's it today. So
Yeah, that's what I did. Let's see. Saturday and Sunday, all I did was clean house and I was gonna get rid of all my summer stuff and bring in all the winter stuff and but then they did inspections of our apartments here and they were supposed to show up on Monday. No, they showed up in the middle of the day on Tuesday instead. And so I sat around here all day Monday waiting for them guys, and I thought, hurry up.
Piss you off.
Yeah, I thought, hurry up and get here because you're not going to be here but 10 minutes, inspecting. And when they did show up on Tuesday, literally, and I had a question for them, and they answered it for me. But literally, from the minute they walked in the door, I was on the computer and I looked at the time. When they left, they were in and out of here, even with my question, in 4 minutes. All that for 4 minutes. So I mean, what a freaking joke.
Hey, Cindaloo. Hey, Lori J. Yeah, my landlord does the same crap though. Like she'll give me a day and then she won't show up till a couple days later. But this is what I tell her, dude. You said you were coming by this day. I'm not home.
Right. Yep.
That's just the way it works. Oh.
Yep.
Somebody's at my door. The dog's freaking out. I'll have to mute.
Yep. That's the wonder of StreamYard. When you have any distractions, you can just hit the mute button.
Yeah, he's barking at nothing, literally. Nothing.
Yeah, Matt J, I got what I did was I know it was against their wishes, but I went ahead and I took all my cabling and I ran it out to this outer wall, and I've got hot water heat in this apartment, and that sits about 2 inches off the floor, that register. And I stashed all the cables under that register, and I cabled, I put zip ties on all of it. And it crosses at one little tiny spot, and I asked them what they thought. And those two guys said, we don't give a shit what you do with your cables. They didn't give a damn. In fact, it was almost a 2-part question I asked them. I asked them about the cabling, if that was going to be okay. And then one of my GFIs in the bathroom, the fault light on it keeps going on and off, on and off. And so one of the inspectors was one of our regular maintenance guys. He shows up, knocks on my door at about 10 o'clock this morning. And I answered the door, and he says, if you want, I could throw a new GFI in there for you right now. I said, there you go for it. So he threw a new GFI outlet in my bathroom. That was nice. Lori says, my landlord pulls that and shows up 2 days early. So I turn around, turn off all the lights. Not do here. That way, you figure, well, I guess I could come 2 days early. Yeah, 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 yeah. You show not. Yeah, you're showing up unexpected. You dummy.
Word to the wise: when you make an appointment, be there on time because people aren't just going to wait around for you, or may not be prepared early. No, that ain't how
Yeah,
it works.
yeah, yeah, Matt. I still have to rearrange when I get my new couch and my. If I go with the hammock in the bedroom, I still think I'm going hammock in there. That damn bed's so uncomfortable. But now I can rearrange at my own leisure. I don't have to do it just to make them happy on the cabling. The maintenance guy, he is so cool. This goofball that he brought with him, though, they come in the apartment, and the maintenance guy heads right for the kitchen. And boy, he's quick. He turns every burner on the stove in the oven. He looked in the oven before he turned it on. And he goes in, he tries 2 cupboard doors. Yeah, they work. Turns the faucet on, whips it over to hot. Yep, it gets hot, shuts it off. It's not leaking. I don't see leaks. And he puts his hands over the burners, shuts them all off, opened the oven, stuck his hand in it. Yeah, closes the oven. By that time, that guy was done in the bathroom. All he did was turn the bathroom the tub on. Yep, that runs. Sink runs. Flush the toilet. Comes walking out. He's done. And he went in the bedroom, and all he did, I had the curtains wide open. He walks in that bedroom, walks all the way to the other side, cranks the window open about 2 inches, closes it, walks over to my big walk-in closet doors, opens them, closes them. He's not even looking. He just opens them, closes them, walks out. The maintenance guy goes, oh, I forgot. And he goes back and he opens the 3 doors to my pantry and closes those. And the 2 of them meet in the living room. Maintenance guy walks over with his stick and hits the smoke detector. Once that thing goes off, he goes, everything looks good. Really?
Hey, James.
Yep, that fast.
Good to see you, James. Nice, Mike. You turd.
Hey, James. Mike.
He's so bad.
He is. That
Goofball.
At least he's willing to admit it.
Oh God.
Sometimes a little too much, but
you need to raise your standards a little bit, buddy.
Oh, no, I tell you, yeah.
I am nothing special. Trust me.
Well, you take an old guy like me or a basement dweller like Mike. I tell you what, yeah, all of a sudden you're very, very special.
He's horrid. Look at that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's Mike all
He's like,
over.
let's see how red we can make Sam today.
Yeah.
About as red as this hot sauce here. Can't fucking wait for that. God.
Oh no, you're gonna do a hot sauce, girl?
We're reviewing on Clouds and Stouts in about 40 minutes or so.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm excited because actually I like mango habanero, and that's what it is. So.
Oh, that should be pretty good. Are you gonna do a spoonful of it?
Yeah, I got it. I got a little spoon ski. Boop.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Shiny little spoon.
Yeah. Those peppers will help make it shinier yet. Hey, Frontier Survival, great to see you. Great to see you. If anybody's, well, I don't know how that appears. If you go to my channel, I got a new welcome video or intro video on the channel for new people that come across it. It's got your song in it, and
Oh, really?
yeah,
I haven't seen it.
I don't know if it'll show up if you're a current subscriber.
Member, yeah, current
But
member or subscriber.
a subscriber.
Okay.
If you're a current subscriber, I think what comes up is your song. Come
Aw.
meet Sty. Yeah.
I'm glad you like it. I guess we missed something. Lori put up there. Let me see. Exactly. I wasn't prepared. My house was a total pigsty. Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's what happens when they show up early and they're supposed to be there later on. You know. I mean, you're not prepared. Like I said, it takes me a full couple of days at least to get this house in order with a little tornado maker here in the house.
There's Hike with Mike. Good to see you, Mike.
Hey,
Bradley, I forgot to say hi. I was in the middle of saying something. Yeah, Bradley, hello. Great to see you, Bradley.
Andrew, Kayla, hey.
Andrew, yeah, great to see you. But yeah, my place. I figured, I'm putting everything away, getting this cabling done and stuff, so they don't complain about that. And I thought, well, while I'm at it, so I cleaned this thing from top to bottom. I mean, I didn't dust. I mean, I literally washed every surface and everything's clean. I think I killed my vacuum cleaner though. I got a rug caught in it. Hey, me dibble.
Me dibble, hello. He said his mom. He said earlier his mom's his landlord. He's like, I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Yeah. Mom, don't kick me out.
You're right.
Well, I'll tell you, there was a time when my ex-wife and I were just not getting along too well, and we were in transition. We moved from Wisconsin to Minnesota. But the place I was going to lease in Minnesota, something happened to the house. They had to do some repairs and crap. And they said, your house isn't going to be ready for about 4 to 5 months. And Jesus, now what do we do? Because I had just sold the place we lived in. So what are we going to do? Be homeless for 5 months? And my mother lived alone in the family home. It was a 3-bedroom home, and she said, just move your family in with me and transition from here to your new place. Well, a lot of people say, oh, I'd never take advantage of my parents like that, or parents say, I'd never let my kids move in like that. Well, it was a good arrangement for both parties because she had a lot of maintenance on her house that was not being done. I lived in Wisconsin, she lived in Minnesota, and there was nobody helping her out. And so when we moved in, all of a sudden she's got a free maintenance man. And
that's funny. That's what me Dibble just said.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, look at there.
Myself. Hey, buddy. Colin says hi.
Hey, Colin. Good to see you, buddy.
What's up, Colin?
He's got my Clouds and Stouts shirt on.
Yeah, I see that.
He wore that to school today.
Wore it to school? And they let him keep it on?
Yeah.
They said, is this a video shirt? I said, yeah, it actually is.
It's a YouTube
channel. Because they know all these channels.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they do.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess Colin's teachers follow my channel and some of the friends on here. So yeah.
Sure.
Even the students did.
I think that's cool. That
they said they can't wait for the new episode coming out.
That he's got a teacher that
Bye, Pikachu.
I said bye, Pikachu.
That was awesome. That was pretty awesome. That Pikachu. When I saw that little video cut you did, I just like, oh God, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny. Okay, well then you talk to him. He's right out there. That's what all the parents were giggling at the carnival at his school, but there was this one little girl, and you know that one child who doesn't do mascots or big costumes like or that are puffy like that, and she was hiding behind her mom, and I felt so bad because he scared her. I was like, oh my goodness. Colin
Now-
showed his face. He goes, hi. I was like, there's a kid in there. It's okay.
There's
And
a
she
kid
was
in
like,
there. Oh no, that Pikachu ate a kid.
yeah, it ate my schoolmate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was cute though.
Yeah.
I love that costume.
Now he knows how Santa's for hire feel. See, I couldn't be like a store Santa where you got to see all the kids and shit, because I've stood. I went to this mall up in Duluth, Minnesota, and I sat there while everybody went doing their damn shop, and I just sat there. I said I found a good place to sit, and it was about 25 feet away from Santa. And he's sitting up on his big throne, and it's just like in that movie, A Christmas Story.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You could tell that Santa's up there like rolling his eyes like, holy shit, here we go again.
The elves are all rough with the kids.
Yeah. And I sat there, and when my ex-wife and the other folks we were with came to get me because they were done shopping, I said, I don't want to go. They said, why? And I said, this is hilarious, man. That Santa is not making enough, I guarantee you. I said, about 1 out of 5 of them kids screams like a banshee, you know. and that guy's been kicked in the nuts. He's been poked in the eyes. These kids freak out on him, and the poor guy that he had this little girl. They hiked her up on his lap, and after her, I watched. It took 12 more kids before, after her, he was willing to uncross his legs. She got in his lap and started kicking, double barreling him right in the crotch, just boom, 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 just kicking him. And he's trying to push her far enough out. Arm's length wasn't enough, and she just kept hitting him. She's wearing some nice, good, heavy boots, just barreling them.
I would have choked that little bitch out.
See, that's it. That's why I couldn't be Santa. I'd say, guess what you're getting for Christmas? False teeth, because I'm knocking the fuckers you got out. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
If you could be yourself playing Santa, I would do it. But they would never let me be myself. Some little kid would get up in my lap and say, I want a new blankety blank blank telephone, and I'd know that it costs you $1,400, and I'd say, you ain't fucking getting it. Here's a quarter. Call someone that cares. Get the fuck off my lap. And then I tell the kid, just hang on a second, just stay there, and because I can read little kids pretty good, and I grab one and say, you come up here. What do you want for Christmas? Oh, maybe a sled and some new socks or something like that. No, kid, you're gonna get her fucking cell phone. That's what you're getting. Just to rub it in on the way out,
You know what my granddaughter always asks for? Now she's 9 years old. She always asks for clothes.
Oh, that's sweet though.
Yeah.
My son's 9 and he always wants all the expensive shit.
Yeah, I don't buy it, but
see, my girls went through a couple of years, each of them, of that where all they wanted was clothes for Christmas. Well, I can't go buy them clothes, for God's sake. So I gave them nice hefty gift cards to their favorite clothes stores, and let them go buy their clothes. Man, they were thrilled. They loved it. But I thought, geez, you could ask for something, you know. Yeah, bad Santa. Uh-huh.
She gets spoiled, year round, and her birthday's right close to Christmas anyway. So
Yeah, my ex-wife hated it. Her birthday is it the 18th of December? And it's either the 18th or 19th, one of those two. I was married to her for 38 years, and I'm still not sure which day it is, 18th or 19th. So I always gave her birthday present like on the 15th or 16th. And I always said to her, I know it's early, but I just want to get it out of the way so I don't forget. That way I wouldn't get in trouble for picking the wrong day, you know.
Yeah, my wife would have been today.
What's that?
My wife would have been today.
Oh. Yeah, I was surprised last month. Figured it out that last month, if the ex and I would have stayed married, we would have been married 46 years. Holy Jesus. There's not that many people I've known for 46 years. None of them are still my friends either.
What a busy day today. Man.
That I did that for my one daughter's kids 1 year. They're all going to be here for Christmas, and I gave them. I worked for Dollar Tree, so I gave them all Dollar Tree gift cards, and I got them $50 gift cards. But I wrote on the back, you can write the amount of the gift card. So I wrote $1 on each one of them.
Oh.
And my daughter hauled them kids off to the Dollar Tree. At that time, she had 9 kids.
Woo.
And so that wasn't a cheap Christmas at all. And I laughed my ass off. I was in the office at the Dollar Tree watching out our one-way window there. When they got up to the cash register, all them kids had a single item, man. They're all standing in line. And when the first kid was checking out, and the cashier said, well, you still have $49 on that card. Say, what? Well, yeah, that's a $50 gift card. But it says $1 on the back. And she said, whoever gave it to you is pulling a trick on you. All them kids, man, cut right out of that freaking checkout line, man. And they all grabbed carts, man. They all grabbed carts. And yeah, they spent every last. Well, in fact, I think 4 of the 9 came to my office. And I opened the door. I said, did you spend your gift cards? Well, yeah, kind of. Would you have an extra $1? What do you mean an extra $1? For each of us? What do you mean for each of you? Well, the taxes. Oh, yeah. $2.50 worth of taxes on that.
See?
On that $50, except for the food stuff, you know. No such thing as a cheap Christmas. There is now, the last few years, I haven't given to my family. They understand. Any resources I have, I help somebody out that's not going to have a Christmas. All 4 of my children are successful, and they have decent enough incomes. They take very good care of their own, and their children, they have a good Christmas.
You helped a few families, several families last year, right?
Yeah, last year I helped out 4 families. And that was cool. That was cool. Out of the 4, and I got to hand pick the families. they kind of did a background on each family. So I had quite a bit of details on the family, on each family. And there was one couple with 3 kids, and there were 3 single moms, and the smallest, there was one mom had 2 kids, and the other 2, one had, well, it was 2, 3, and 4 kids. But each household, they got a Christmas tree and all the decorations you could imagine, the lights and all the crap that goes on the tree. They got decorations for in their house and stuff. And then they got their full Christmas dinner, and it was their option whether they wanted a ham or a turkey. And they got all the fixings, everything to go with it. And each family member got, well, and then they got these awesome huge trays of Christmas cookies and sweetbreads and all kinds of crap there. And then everybody got Christmas gifts. And the couple, that was great. That was when they reported back to me about a month later, after they interviewed the families to see how they did. And they were all thrilled. They were all happy. Hi, Whiskey Nose. But all the families, it sounded like they were all really happy. They didn't know who provided their Christmas for them. That was one of my rules, is I don't want them to know where it came from. But the couple with the 3 kids, I had worked out a deal with a local computer tech outfit here in town, and they sell computer equipment, but they're more on the tech side, and they set up huge networking systems in all the businesses in the area and stuff. And one of those guys, he was an old associate that I worked with years ago, and he said, you brought our company so damn much business when you were in government. He said, I can help you out, because what we asked the families was, tell us what your kids really would like for Christmas for a gift, and tell us what you would like for a gift for Christmas. Well, that couple, they said they want a joint gift, and they said it's not going to be anything fancy because they're so expensive, but they'd like a tablet or a real cheap laptop if it was at all possible. And I sent a question back to them, what would you use the laptop for? And their response was, his response was, it'll help me in my job search to improve my job. He says, I'll be able to find a better job. And he said that's the only thing he wants it for, is to do job searches with it. Well, and his wife said, I just want to be able to surf YouTube and use Facebook and email my family and stuff. So it made sense. Both of them had a different purpose that they wanted a laptop. So this buddy of mine at this computer company, he ponied up, and for $125, I got them a $900 laptop. And boy, that thing is powerful. Makes my laptop look like an old Texas Instruments calculator. And we also got them 2 years unlimited internet service.
Sweet.
For $125. Well, 3 months after that, we did all of that. The 2 organizations that helped me take care of these families, both of them got a hold of me. Oops, Sam dropped off. She'll be back. But gotta head out. Love you guys.
Bye, Sam.
Bye.
I'll dream about you.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, she's got to be elsewhere. But they got a hold of me and they said that that guy and his wife contacted them and just wanted to let them know that the laptop, they never expected that that laptop would turn into the best Christmas gift they could get. He was working 3 part-time jobs, and the highest paying one of those 3 part-time jobs was $8 an hour. The other 2 were less than $8 an hour.
Can't live on that.
Can't live on it. That's why he wanted to help them out, because he was determined to not depend on social services, any kind of food share or anything like that. He was determined to get by. And and with the laptop, he landed himself a job that paid $28.50 an hour.
Nice.
Full time. And I actually found out about 4 months ago. He's still there, and now he's up to $30 and some odd change an hour.
Damn.
Still with the company. So, yeah.
How do I get on your Christmas list?
Don't have to help him out this Christmas, that's for sure. Yeah. I bet you they're going to have a really good one,
Good.
In fact, they went from a rental home. Because of his new job, he managed to get a rural development loan, and they now are buying a house. So that's great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bradley. Thank you.
That is cool.
Yeah. And I told my family I spent thousands and thousands of dollars over all the years for my 4 children and for the grandkids, and they've always had great Christmases. We always made sure that they had good Christmases, and when I told them, it's kind of hard to swallow when you know that there's hardworking people out there that just literally their Christmas is not going to be worth a damn.
Right.
And the fact I was able to help them out, that went a long ways. That was my Christmas gift. And my family understood. And they still understand that. Look at here. Now we got trouble.
What's happening, people?
Bradley, I do, but it's not for very long, buddy. Not for very long. What's up, Philip?
Oh, long day at work, and I was busy from the time I got there till the time I left, so I guess it's good.
Yeah, I've been busy all day.
Good.
Super busy day. I'm still
Good.
going.
It's good. It's how we put food on the table, right?
Swans.
What's up, Kimberly Ferris, James?
That's all I need in life is swans.
There you go. Whatever her name is.
A little crackhead when I see that little yellow truck coming down the street, I'm like, got my credit card in my hand.
That's good.
Guys in the driver's seat going, what the fuck? I'm gonna stop.
What's up, Whitworth?
I'm buying a ham off of them this week. I'll buy a ham. See how that works out.
Hey.
Yeah, I walked in the door a little after 8 o'clock, saw you went live, and I went in the bedroom to get changed, and I got the long and the short, mostly the long, of my wife's uncle who passed a week or two ago. They were doing she went to the memorial service today, so.
Oh.
So yeah, I was sitting up there listening to her, and we were talking about some other things and stuff. So.
That poor
You betcha.
lady, man, she's been going through some shit.
Yeah, she's been drug over the coals enough.
Well, we lost 3 people: her mom, her uncle, and her brother last week. So yeah, we got his memorial on Thursday next week. So
That is so tough.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, Granny's been around. She checked in last week. She checked in last week.
I
Oh
was
my Lord! Thank you, Kathy. Oh, that's sweet of you. Thank you so much. Love you, girl.
Yeah, I throw a naked guy up here for you dancing, Kathy, but I don't have control.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you never have control. You don't.
That's true.
You
Not even
don't
on my
have
home panel.
the See, I don't have them naked guys, but the
He does. He just doesn't share them.
right.
oh, I gotta, yeah. Hey, here's Phil doing the jig on a Friday night.
What? Where do you think that monkey learned those moves?
Yeah,
That's me all day long.
but
What's he
this
doing?
is
What's he
that
doing on
this
Thursday
this
then?
is from me to Kathy though. Oh, big hug.
Okay.
Yeah. The yeah, we were messing around with this stuff, and my stream started out really good because the word must have gone out.
Well, I saw
Yep.
Sam was in here earlier, but she's not here now.
No, she's you might need to leave. She's doing a hot sauce review.
Oh,
Yeah, in about 3 minutes.
that's something. Yeah, I don't know. Not me. I don't have to leave or nothing.
The I've been looking at pictures and gifts and stuff for the winter, and
Mhm.
I'm going to show this, but it's really only fitting come Christmas. But I like this one.
You would touch my
I like that.
Yeah,
my elf just left.
that's it. Is I was going to show it while she was up here, but
Yeah, my elf left.
she left too quick. That
She gone.
I haven't seen my elf for a few weeks.
yeah.
I miss the little girl.
Oh, I am. This whole last week, I haven't been able to get online stuff done. I've been messing around with this apartment, getting it ready for its inspection, and they were only here 4 minutes. And all the bullshit I went through to try to hide all the cabling, because that was in that letter, boy. You can get evicted if those cables are on the floor anywhere.
Leaving dirty laundry all over the floor, did you?
The maintenance guy, when he comes in, not supposed to have throw rugs or cabling on the floor. They come in. He did the kitchen and the pantry area, and the other guy, he run right into the bathroom, turned the 2 faucets on, flushed the toilet, shut it down, came out of there. He's done. He went in the bedroom, cranked the window open 2 inches, closed it, checked the closet doors. Yeah, they work. He's done. They both come here in the living room, take that stick and set the fire alarm off, and they go, "Well, that's it." I go, "You have got to be shitting me." I said, "I got a question." I said, "I got a GFI outlet that's the fault on it keeps kicking off all the time." And okay, he wrote that down. And I said, "Plus, I got another question, 2-part question." I said, "What about the cabling? You didn't say anything about it." And he goes, "I don't see any cabling." I said, "Well, I got it all bound together, and it's underneath the heat register, and then it crosses over to my studio desk here. It's underneath this throw rug." And he looks around and he goes, "Yeah, you used to have quite a few throw rugs, didn't you?" And I said, "Yeah, I like my throw rugs. For one thing, it doesn't wear out the carpet having those, in the heavy traffic spots." He goes, "Why'd you get rid of them?" I said, "Well, hey, lawn dog, The
What's up, London?
he says, why'd you get rid of him? I said, oh no, the letter says. He goes, oh fuck that letter. He says, we don't. He says, those guys never come in your apartment. It's just us maintenance guys. He says, I don't give a shit about your cabling or those throw rugs. He says, do whatever you want. He said, you take good care of your place. So we ain't worried about it. I said, you sons of bitches. I spent 3 days getting shit right around here per that letter. I cleaned every fucking thing. I said, I even washed dishes because they sat in my cupboard for 6 months. I never used them, So I took them out, washed them, and wiped out all the cupboards and everything. He goes, oh, I never looked in them. I just opened 2 doors to see if they work. What a waste of my fucking time. Yeah. Doing things that a responsible adult should be doing. Not feeling all that well today, but I'm okay. Well, that's a bummer if you're not feeling well.
I feel better now that I've burped, if that makes you feel any better.
If that makes
Burners will make you burp.
That'll make you burp shit. All that stuff. But make you feel better at the same time.
That's that what the fuck? Ginger ale, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like ginger soda.
Yeah, because you can only get that in Michigan, can't you? Yeah, because I've drank that when I was over in Michigan. I had to spend 2 weeks up there north of Manistee.
When you get sick, they give you burners and saltine crackers.
Yeah. And that's it, is if you're the type of person that gets sick, if you're out on a boat, ginger ale and saltine crackers or bananas. You won't throw that up. You won't throw it up. That's weird, but you don't throw that up. I used to eat a lot of bananas when we go out on Lake Superior with my big Chris Craft. What are you doing? Those are not earbuds.
Oh. If I had another hand, I'd plug it in.
There you go.
Yeah, there. Now.
There you go.
I won't stick.
Plug it into your eyeball.
Stick it in your mouth.
Or plug it into Earl's ass.
Stick it in your mouth.
Yep.
Put it in Earl's ass, then stick it in your mouth.
He said no.
He said no?
You see him shake his head? But kiss my ass, he said.
What's up, Mojo?
Hey, Mojo.
Hi, buddy.
Great to see you guys.
He was upstairs under the blankets, and now he's down here. I would have stayed under the blanket.
He must.
Yeah, right.
He must be warm enough.
It's cold down here.
We down
got
in
it.
the 30s yet tonight?
Oh shit! I don't know what our low is tonight, but it's going to warm up the next few days. Upper 50s and above
34
freezing.
right now. With a low tonight of 28.
Our low the night before last, it hit 23, and last night, I swear to God, it was colder.
It's coming, folks. Winter.
It's supposed to be 60 or something Saturday, ain't it?
Yes. Oh, Sunday 57 and Monday 61.
Yeah, and as long as it's sunny, I'll be outside working because I got a boatload of shit to get done.
30
boatload?
A whole boatload.
34 for a low tonight.
My boat was so full today, I got to go back tomorrow and redo it again.
Oh, damn.
I couldn't even pick up all the shit.
Life jackets and oars. I didn't realize there was much scrapping in that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll scrap anything. We don't care.
Oh, geez. Supposed to hit 61
What's up, Hike?
on Sunday. That's cool.
You can go back camping.
No, I'm done. I'm done for the year. It'll be real interesting to see come spring.
buddy? What are you doing?
How much I feel up to doing it again for a year. If I don't go camping, or if I don't camp host next year, I will be going camping a lot. I'm going to travel around the state and hit different campgrounds.
I gotta cut this fucking beard, man.
Yeah, you just
When I'm down here working, I can't see nothing because my damn beard's in the way.
well, that's where you go get a
There.
you get a bunch of them black rubber bands like I do, and yeah.
I went
Yeah.
like this.
Oh yeah,
Okay, I was just gonna leave just a little bit. See,
Yep.
now you're good. Look at
yeah.
Now you look like a Sasquatch.
that.
Yeah, you just need some of them neck gaiters. Those
This is-
work.
Yeah,
Those
this
work
is
good.
Sasquatch's ass right here.
Oh,
Hey, don't be pissing Sasquatch off. You know, he'll catch you someday. He will. He'll catch you out on the golf course.
Yeah, but I'm related.
yeah, you're right.
I'm related. Look at Phil. Getting knocked
Mhm.
around.
It don't piss me off.
Don't piss me off.
You know it's cold down here when I got a freaking space heater sitting on my damn bench. And look at him. He ain't no fool. He's sitting right in front of it,
Yeah,
and it's on.
yeah. He knows the hot spots. The
I can officially turn my furnace on today if I want to. I never turn it on until November 4th.
Really?
Yeah.
oh
That was the wife's birthday, and we always did that.
oh
And that was our thing. You know, after the 4th, then you can turn it on.
oh shit! If I did that, my ex-wife would have killed me
Well, I got up this morning.
before her birthday. Yeah.
My house was 57 this morning when I woke up. That wasn't too
Look.
bad.
The
My heat stays on like 63.
We keep ours at 64 or 65.
But I have like a $200 gas credit too, so I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
So,
We're on propane, and I pre-bought my gas, and it should get me through the year. And I paid $2,500
Yeah.
for the year.
yeah, my buddy lives in Ohio, and he just paid like $3,000 or something for his
Yeah.
to fill his pig up.
Mm.
I said, "Well, get rid of that bitch and get a new pig."
you know, I don't know what propane's selling for now, but I had to get myself a 20-pound cylinder because my tank was up here in Ashland. I'm down there at camp, and my supervisor went and loaned me his buddy heater, and he gave me a 20-pound cylinder of propane with it that was about half full, and I used that up, and I thought, well, I gotta get another cylinder, and I thought, well, to get through the whole season, I should grab two. So I took that cylinder to Midland, which is usually our cheapest source for propane around here. I couldn't freaking believe it, man. I didn't even pay attention to what the trade-in tank, what they charged me for with a empty. But I said, give me a new tank and a new full tank too. $51 fucking dollars.
Yep.
And well, that tank I can buy at Walmart for $20.
Mm.
So does that mean I paid $30 for the propane? What the hell? Propane has gone through the frickin' roof.
Yeah. Well, I got rid of all my old tanks at Home Depot. I go inside and just tell them I need a tank refill, and they give me the thing to go outside and do it. And I take my old tank,
Yeah.
empty,
Yeah.
it's all raggedy and beat up, put it in there, pull out a
And
brand new tank. Yeah.
And those guys, oh, they give. Well, I take my beat up ones in, and then when I go out to the cage to get a full one, I just tell whoever opens the cage, give me that one. Give me that one. I pick a really nice one, you know.
Yeah, all the ones from Home Depot are really nice. I just take them a crappy one. They have a company that takes them, strips the paint off of them, put a new valve on them, and then paint them back up and makes them look good again. So,
Yeah,
that's it.
They pressure test them.
Yep.
Yeah. You're welcome, sweetie. The
$1.99 a gallon is that high. It's $1.99 a gallon.
Yeah, I want to say our pre-buy was a little more than $1.99 a gallon, but I'm not sure. All I know is when we first bought this house, man, oh man, it seemed like it was $400 a month to heat this damn place. Although it's not much cheaper now because again, we pay $2,500 for propane for the year. You know, in the wintertime it's at least $300 a month. So
yeah. Oh, my youngest boy, the last place he was in, I spent one winter with him, and I told him, I said, it's so freaking cold in here. He said, well, I can only keep it at about 65 degrees. He says, otherwise I can't afford the damn heat. And I told him, I said, but that furnace is running constantly just to keep it at 65. There's something seriously wrong with this joint. Yeah. Well, that spring, all he had was a crawl space under that house. And I opened the hatch door, was in the kitchen, and I crawled down there with a flashlight, started crawling under that house. 4 spots where the pipe for the forced air was disconnected, just laying on the ground.
Oh.
So he's heating underneath his house, and that heat's radiating up through the floor. And I hooked those pipes up. Boy, his cats freaked out, man. They couldn't walk in a room without getting blown halfway across the room when that furnace would kick on. It was like, where the hell did that wind come from? Well, got to be hooked up. And then all of a sudden, his heating costs were cut in half. Well, yeah. Jesus.
It's funny, when we first bought this house, heating was so expensive. We tried one of those things on our dryer vent where it vented outside, where it would vent the heat from the dryer vent into the house.
And all the moisture out of the clothes.
And yeah, I mean, it was constantly smelling like dryer sheets and everything else. And I was like,
hey, Louisiana,
you can't do that.
And that's it. Those systems, you got to have a dehumidifier running constantly to get rid of the moisture, because I had built a brand new house at the housing authority I worked for. We built a brand new house. 4 years after building it, I had to move that family into a different house, get all their belongings out of it. We had to go through and strip that whole place to get rid of the black mold, because they were running their dryer into the house to reduce their heating costs and all that moisture. And we had windowsills that had the drywall just below the windowsills was all shot from the moisture. And they had anywhere from a quarter to almost a half inch of ice on the insides of their windows. And those were thermopane windows. It was terrible. And I had other people in that housing authority ask me, hey, can we run our dryer into the house to help reduce the heat? No. Fuck no. You reduce your heating costs, but it costs us $5 to $10 grand to do the repairs. Bullshit.
Fuck, Bill.
What?
What happened?
You motherfucker.
Who said that?
Earl.
Who said that?
I'm gonna push that cat right off that table.
I would. Shit. Get rid of his ass. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. Smack.
Be my luck, too.
Yeah, natural gas. Natural gas is a lot cheaper than propane, but
Well, you pay for a lot of the transportation costs for propane, you know?
Yeah.
You got to transport it to the propane place. You got to transport it into a tank to bring it out to your house. Bring it out to your house. They transport it to your house, put it in your tank. Yeah, you're paying for all that shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shit ain't free.
No, no, it ain't.
Now, there's places out there, I don't know if there's any of them around here, where they get their natural gas right out of the ground by their house. But, of course, that's some crude natural gas, and you got to have a certain type of system, I guess, to burn that.
But
I think if you go up by Akron, up in the thumb, they have it up there.
Oh, do they?
I think so, yeah.
That's like near Gary, Indiana, the big Chicago and Gary landfill up there. There were some buildings residential buildings that were burning methane for heat. They were hot water heat, but they burned methane to create the hot water, and they had to change their system over to natural gas because methane's so damn dangerous. I mean, that shit will blow up on you so easy. But there was
Pull my finger. I got some methane for you.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I had a carbide generator that made acetylene. That was an old World War II carbide generator that you had water in it, and then you put the carbide crystals in the top of it, and it would sprinkle those crystals into the water. It would then produce acetylene, and and that shit burnt hotter than hell, but it was as dangerous as methane. And that generator was hard to control. And I ran that thing for about 4 or 5 months, and I ran a little apartment size furnace with it, and I couldn't help myself because I got the generator for $100, and I got what the hell was it? 30 barrels of carbide of the crystals. It was kind of a cool system, but I had set it up right outside of our place, and then this old boy, he's a World War II vet. He goes, "You're running a carbide generator?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "That close to your fucking house?" I go, "Yeah." What? I said, "I don't want to trek across a damn snowy ass field to charge that thing." He goes, "Oh, yes, you do." He says, "Yes, you do." He says, "And don't bury the line." He says, "Lay the line right on top of the ground all the way to your house." He says, "Because if you get a leak in it and it's underground, that leak will follow the line right through the ground, and it'll leak up into your house and blow the shit out of your house."
Yeah, I don't know much about that.
Fox it outdoors.
Can
I have this? Thank you.
You got withdrawals from not being in the bush camping? Yeah, kind of. The bush. I'm a good. I make a good bush camper. Yeah.
Been a while since I've been in the bush. Damn it.
Yeah.
I know about
that.
Starting to get hungry.
I'm even right now. Yeah, I'm even willing to do fire control because I think I could tamp on it. Yeah. Wow, Mike says.
Wow.
Oh God! Now Mike's gonna run down and volunteer to be on the fire department, but only for those bush fires.
Hell yeah!
Don't you find it
great to see you, Chowser?
Don't you find it strange in today's world that ladies shave down there and guys don't shave here?
Yeah, I mean,
used to be back in the 70s and 80s. There was all the problem was the ladies' problem. You know, we had no hair there, and they had all the hair. Now most guys have all the hair here, and they got no hair there.
Yeah,
it's weird how that works. Oh,
Well, Lori, I don't think people forgot that you were here. There's
Well, I don't think anybody forgot you were here, Lori.
no.
If you're chit chatting, we see you.
I try to see them all. I have trouble seeing the screen. I'm gonna fix
We
that.
love to chat, but Sty don't shut the fuck up long enough for any of us to say anything.
Right?
Nothing personal, Sty.
Yep.
How can I stop people from typing in the chat?
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about you not shutting the fuck up. It's nothing personal, but you just never shut the fuck up.
No, I'm trying to say, no matter what the fuck
Well,
I'm doing,
if I talk over you,
I can't.
talking over you and see that's just not right. Shut the fuck
Hey,
up.
hey, I don't need panelists that spend the whole night. Hi, so and so. Each one of you having to say hi to the same
Every
person
one
twice.
of the people on there are your
Well, when
And-
you don't say hi to him like Lori, poor Lori's leaving because no, she'd have
I
felt
said
left out.
hi to Lori.
Yeah, but she was feeling left out. I feel bad now, We like
Well,
to say hi
I
to
look
people.
back. I can't
But you
see
got
where
to
I
tell us
missed.
not to say hi to anybody. So that's
such
just
a
rude.
prick, Sty.
You guys are so full of it.
I'm not just gonna. It's like it's your house. Okay, they walk in, you say hi. Can't say hi.
Because
You're high.
I looked way back, and
we're all needy people, on dog.
Sounds like me, Aaron. We're all needy. You get that right. I'm trying to figure out how to get on Sty's Christmas list because.
Hey, this Christmas is going to be real tight.
Oh, I don't want to hear that shit.
All of my resources are going to the family. Actually, the family does get one more Sty Christmas. They're doing a huge family Christmas for my ex-wife. This will be her last.
Yeah.
This will be her last Christmas. So
I'm gonna let you slide this time.
and I told them I'll help them out, and we'll see what I can do. I don't know. It's a Christmas I won't be attending, but I just don't want to create any, discomfort. If anything, I'd rather contribute from the outer rim and just let them have one last really good Christmas with Mom, Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, hell yeah, I'd put you on my Christmas list. I'd send you some coal, but Biden's shutting all that shit down.
Is that why my copper prices are going up?
I think so. That's the only thing that's kind of the hidden benefit. The only problem is they're driving the value of precious metals up, but inflation is going to surpass it. So what the hell? I mean, if you can afford to secure precious metals before it gets driven too high, grab it and sit on it. But yeah, I mean you can't really
I just wasn't gonna put that in the chat, that's all.
Yeah, what? Still haven't even said hello to Mike yet. Well, I better get hello, Matt.
Oh man, that's a bummer there. Yeah.
Old man starts fucking talking again.
I do that.
She's got a lead on a new job. It won't pay as much, but she hates to leave the place that she's at. But if they, all right, I'll talk about it. She got picked up COVID 3 weeks ago now, 2.5 weeks ago now. We're on Thursday, right? She picked it up Sunday night 2.5 weeks ago. And she went through a rough week. I mean, she was pretty sick. And then she came out the other side. She got tested, and she was feeling better, but still come back negative. And she figured it would because she was still coughing a little bit. She took another one on Monday. The test came back on Wednesday morning, and she's still positive. And she's finding out from our doctor that she could test positive for months. Still have it in her system, not be contagious. Well, her boss won't let her come back to work until she tests negative, and she's not sniffling and or hacking, and she's still got to wear a mask when she goes to work because she's the only one at work that's not vaccinated.
Oh, yeah.
So she's thinking that maybe it's just time to go find. I mean, but this is a good salary job, but they stopped paying her.
Yeah.
He paid her up until last week, and he told her in the last day or two, says, until you come back to work, I can't continue to pay you. And so she's like, yeah, well, she got a place somewhere else she's going to go interview at, but she's worried about it because it's not a federal job, but it's a job that maybe they might require that she take a test. So, you never know,
Yeah.
Or they might require that she be vaccinated.
That's, and that's it is
keen on.
I was wondering about, that with COVID, a person, hi, Mystic Bunny, with COVID, how long can a person test positive with that shit? Let's say they come down with it, and
because you have the antibodies, if you have the antibodies and stuff in you, and you got enough of them, then you can test positive. Her doctor, the nurse of her doctor, says they've got people that are symptom free and have been for months, but every time they test positive.
They're asymptomatic, but they're testing positive. Yep. Yeah.
So they can't spread it or anything else, but
now I was supposed to go see my doctor I was supposed to go see my doctor next Thursday, and they notified me yesterday that appointment has been canceled, and that I will not see my doctor until December 2nd now. Well, I told them, I said, no, wait a minute. My prescriptions all expired this month. And they said, no, we're going to give you extension on your prescriptions without seeing the doctor because we can't see you until December 2nd. And I said, why is that? And they said, out of our 5 doctors, 3 tested positive for COVID. And they said, so we got 2 doctors seeing all the patients for 5 doctors. And they said, your doctor, fortunately, is one that didn't test positive, but they said the caseload, now everybody had to be melded in together, and they pushed everybody out. So I make an eye appointment. I thought, well, maybe I'll slide that in. Oh, yeah. Well, I call them, and they said, well, the soonest we have an opening is February 13th or some shit like that. And I go, oh, Jesus. I said, give me the soonest you got. So they did. Well, then they called me back this afternoon and said, you're in luck. And I said, what do you mean in luck? And they said, we're going to get you in sooner. I said, oh, thank God. They said January 31st.
Well, sooner.
Oh, yeah, it's 2 weeks sooner. It's still 12 weeks out. I mean, what the hell? And so it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, we've been since that Sunday night. I didn't sleep in bed that Sunday night, so it's been 2.5 weeks. I've been sleeping down here in the basement.
That's where you belong anyway.
That's it. That's it.
I'm not in this room, but I'm right outside this room. So,
hey, Yoren, it's great to see you, buddy.
Good morning. does suck to get up in the middle of the night and have to walk up the steps to go take a piss 2 or 3 times a night, as opposed to 10 feet away from your bed to your bathroom in your bedroom.
Yeah.
I tell you, I'll lay in bed a lot longer before I get up and go than I normally.
You stretch it out as long as you can.
You feel that little bit of leakage coming out, then you got to run. Huh?
Oh, no, I don't wait that long.
Hey, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna run this. I gotta shout out my channel members, and I gotta get a fresh cup of coffee. It takes me about a minute to get that cup of coffee, and this takes about a minute to play through. So don't go anywhere, guys. These guys will pop up if I'm not done with my coffee when this is over. This only takes about 50 seconds. So here we go.
Well, he's gone. Mike's gone. Left me alone. What the fuck? I was reading something. So good to see you. How you doing, Yorin Shadow Scout Sweet? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Mike, you loser. Just leave me up here all by myself. What the hell's wrong with you? And he can't even come back up. I'm stuck up here all by myself, but that's okay. So, cheers, everyone. You know, I'm having you can go visit my Teespring account. Get yourself an everything. Well, you just start promoting my channel. Everything Spicy glasses. We got T-shirts. We got hats. We do have the new T-shirt that is on my channel. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen Phil is running the show. Yes, I am, Jan. I don't know if you've seen the let's see. Here we go. We're gonna. I made this T-shirt. I don't know if you guys have seen the meme before. It's probably going to be hard to see on here, but that is Vince Neil and the Abominable Snowman. Don't get confused. Well, I made it into a T-shirt, which is available on my Teespring. So, but don't leave me up here. Don't leave me up here by myself. But that's what I'm not expecting it. But well, I'm doing good and just woke up. Yeah, well, out in Sweden, shout out to Sweden. Yeah, it's early in the morning there. You do get up awfully early. What do you get up like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning there, Yorn? There you go. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling, you were all but I forgotten, oh my darling, Clementine. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. You were all but I forgotten, oh my darling Clementine. You asshole.
Hey Phil, can you tell me more about that shirt? I didn't get all the details.
Yeah.
Phil put me in the basement, Sty.
I put you the fuck you. I did,
bastard.
Well, we'll be giving one of those away on Friday. So,
what away?
T-shirt that I designed.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
You didn't hear him promoting the shit out of his channel?
What's up, B-lady?
No, I didn't.
Nope.
Kimberly Ferris. Have you guys seen Kimberly Ferris's Facebook lately?
No.
That girl is dropping the pounds like it's nobody's business. Looking good, girl. Looking good.
What's up, Newfoundlander?
Because I need to do the same thing. But yeah.
I was just thinking about getting the shop back out there, making some incisions and whatnot, and just having it sucked out.
Well, get one of them little ones right there. They just put on a bucket. They don't have like that major suction.
It just takes too long. I want to get over. I want to get over in a few minutes. So we just get the big nozzle
No,
Suck it out in mass quantities.
you don't do all that. Just do a little bit at a time. A little bit every day.
Plain old Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
I've been trying to gain some weight back. I've been eating nothing but fattening shit. Just trying to gain some weight back. I still can't eat a lot in the way of volume, but I up the game. Lots of ice cream, lots of pizza rolls, anything.
Well, it won't take long now.
Yeah.
I've been doing that for a week and a half and nothing yet. I haven't gained a single pound. But I have to say, and that's why I was hoping to see the doctor, because I have to say that at this rate, that's okay, because if I'm not losing anymore, if this is where I'm going to be at, I'll be good with that, you know. But I would like to gain. I'd like to gain about 10, 15 of that back, you know. I weighed myself, but I don't quite trust the scale that I used. And it was saying that I'm down to 174. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's the lowest I've been since 1975.
I got a racket going on out here. Give me a second while I go yell at someone.
Oh. Hey, bee lady, it's been a while. Great to see ya. Yeah, Empty box. Don't put Earl in there. Leave him alone.
No, that stupid ass went upstairs where he belongs. Should probably put him to sleep. I'm tired of him.
Oh. If that's all it took to put somebody to sleep, I would have been put to sleep years ago.
My buddy put his cat down the other day. I said, you should have came and got these two. Get a group rate.
What?
Yep. Here's his coffin. Put it over here on the shelf.
That's almost what my father-in-law got. When he passed away, my ex-wife was in a tizzy. Wait a minute, Lori saying, hi guys. Now maybe one of you guys can look back at my last message. I've only typed it like 4 times. Lori, no. I've been watching. I have not seen you. Please repeat it then, because I have not seen any comments from you that have gone unanswered, Lori. No, I'm scrolling back and back. Not seeing it. Yeah, your last comment was when you said you're going to bow out since everybody forgot I was here. And before that, it's not letting me scroll far enough back to see any comment before that. Man, way back. There. Oh, here's the very last comment that I've gotten all the comments. I guess, and Sam is gone. People forgot I was here. And that's as far back as it lets me look. Otherwise, that's the only 2 comments, Lori.
Shit.
I can see you now. I see you. Yes, me lady, I see you. You have a wood burning stove, and that helps a lot with the.
Yeah, I don't see any comments from Lori other than the last one that she just put out there.
Yeah, I scrolled as far back as it would let me, and I only saw 2 other comments when Sam left, and then when she said she was bowing out because nobody's paying attention to her.
We see a bee lady.
We see you, bee lady. We see you.
Yeah, so if you hear rattling, don't worry about it.
I wish the heck I could have wood heat back. I love my wood heat. Oh God. You know, a lot of people say, oh yeah, but it's a lot of hassle and it's dirty, and I didn't care. It's just that heat. It's so good.
Yeah, we have no good place. We looked at that a few years back. We have no good place. If we put a wood stove in our basement, we have no good place to vent that. Even if you went out and then up on the outside of the house and had all that insulated pipe on the outside of the house, there's no good place to do it. So besides, it could be, if you figure you get a good wood stove, cost you a couple of grand for a good one.
Yeah.
Plus the pipe's going to cost you at least $1,000.
And you gotta be real creative. And the last wood stove I had purchased, it was an old what did they call it?
Vermont casting?
No, it was a
5-gallon drum.
It's what it is it's a replica of the old big potbelly stoves they used to have in the train stations.
Okay.
And it would burn a combo of coal or wood. And I was lucky here in Ashland. We have 2 in Washburn, which is just 15 miles north of here. We have 1 old coal dock. And those coal docks are still just covered with coal. I mean, they're old abandoned coal docks. They used to dump coal on them for the power plant, and the power plant doesn't burn coal anymore. And you can go out there, if you're willing to take a shovel and a bunch of 5-gallon buckets, you can go out there and get all kinds of coal. And so I would do that every month. I'd get myself about 10, 12 5-gallon buckets full of coal. And that old potbelly stove, on those real cold nights, sub-zero nights, I just put some coal in on top of my wood fire, and then heck, the next morning just throw a couple sticks of wood in and take right off the but yeah, a good wood stove. If you want a really good wood stove, to me, the only way to do it is really watch your local papers, Facebook, Marketplace, Craigslist. And there's people that just don't realize how expensive they are to buy new. We've got a place called Stoveworks here in Ashland. That's all they sell are wood, anywhere from the simplest wood stove all the way to very extravagant wood heating boiler systems. But you walk in there, the cheapest stove they have on the floor, and that's nothing but a rectangular old style wood, straight up wood stove. That's the cheapest on the floor they've got, and it's $600.
Yeah, that's about right.
And
your wood stoves now either have to have a honeycomb thing, what do they call it, a catalyst in them to burn off the smoke.
Right.
Or you have to have the tubes going through there that
Right.
recirculates the smoke back through there, that puts like a blue flame that burns off the smoke.
Yep.
They have to be clean burning. They have to be so efficient. So they're not just a matter of 6 walls.
It's just not a steel box anymore.
Right.
Lori's saying, I said my nephew, which is 6 years old. What is that nasty clown from?
What's up, Tales of the Campground Host? How you doing, Travis?
The It movie for Halloween. He asked Santa for a TV for Christmas. His letter went, but just a few days ago. I thought, okay, doggone it, there it is.
So the clown's name from It was Pennywise.
Pennywise. Nasty little bugger, though. I mean, those are some serious teeth to have to brush.
Yeah.
Hey, Tales of a Campground Host, Travis, buddy.
I remember stuff, Travis. Tales of the Campground Host. It took me like 5 seconds, and I knew who the hell that was.
Really?
Yep.
Really? Boy, you're having a good night.
Yeah, right. I'm not drunk yet, so.
There you go.
I think I've only seen him once since he's changed his channel name.
Yeah, Travis has been quiet. Hey, buddy. Yeah.
Well, he's got a freaking job, dude.
Yeah, he's
like some people.
He's got a job for sure. My job is over till spring, Are these folks testing positive for COVID or one of these variables like Delta?
Well, what kind of bugs me about this whole thing is when COVID first came around and they shut down her office, a couple people in her office, there's only like 5 or 6 of them, a couple people in her office got COVID. My guess would be is they didn't have to test negative before they came back to work. As a matter of fact, I can guarantee you, now I can't guarantee in her office, but there are people all over that have the jab that are carrying the virus. I mean, just because you got the jab doesn't mean that you don't carry the virus, that you don't contract it, and that you can't get mild symptoms and not even realize that you're carrying it and spreading it.
Well, that was the thing is now next Thursday they were going to test me while I was there because of the symptoms I have from that saliva gland issue could actually mask COVID symptoms. And we've got a COVID outbreak in our building. Out of 82 apartments, 80 of them are occupied. Out of the 80 occupied, almost every apartment, we only have 3 that have 2 people in them. Otherwise, it's all singles. So just say 80 people. We've got 9 cases of COVID in our building. Positives, where they actually have the symptoms and tested positive. And we have 5 people that were in direct contact with these individuals after their symptoms had already started. So those individuals are under, and they're going by CDC, and they got it posted all over the building, CDC statement. After 10 days, they can come off that. CDC is saying 10 days.
Yep.
And I don't know. I hear 10 days. I hear 14 days. I hear,
you're not supposed to go back to work until you're at least 48 hours symptom free, where you're not running a temperature or coughing or whatever. I mean, that's what I've heard. But her boss wants her to, because doesn't have the jab, doesn't want her coming back to work until she pulls a negative test. Which again.
But that's the thing is there's so much confusion over this thing because, now they're saying if you get the jab, that doesn't mean you can't have it and not know it and be spreading it, right? whether you have the jab.
Well, if you got the jab, you're probably walking around without a mask on. You're not worrying about it. You're probably not washing your hands as much as you used to before you had the jab. So you're more likely to probably spread it because you're probably a little more lax than someone who has got the jab that is still washing their hands all the time and doing things to prevent themselves from catching it because they can't get the jab or they don't want to get the jab. Those of us who don't have the jab, it's not like we don't believe in COVID. I mean, that's stupid, right?
Yeah.
We do believe there's a lot of
But see, that's the thing is that there's a lot of misinformation out there because I don't think they actually have the answers to a lot of our questions. See, I got the jab. I got the 2-part Moderna. And now that, and they keep pushing this booster thing. And I thought, but now wait a minute. The booster, all that is another exposure to the original shot. That's all it is, and it's supposed to bump you up even better, right? But it still comes down to they're saying whether you have the jab or not, you can still get it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do have the jab, you shouldn't change anything. Well, then why the fuck should I get the jab? If I still have to wear the mask, I still need to be tested. I still got to go through the same routine with or without the jab. I don't get it. It's just
your symptoms are milder and you're less likely to die.
Right. But then again,
you're not less susceptible to spreading it.
But that's it. It doesn't make any difference on the spread issue. And they keep saying that they're doing these things to slow down and stop the spread. But that doesn't. But then they're saying that it doesn't. So I don't know. It's just
they won't get you the information about people who get COVID, that die from it, and they're spreading from it. Because there are a lot of people out there that aren't testing themselves for COVID because they feel little or no symptoms. Why would I test my wife was sick. Why would I test myself for COVID if I don't have symptoms? Simply because I was around my wife. That would only give me them an opportunity to give me a false positive and take me off the workforce.
Right.
If I felt sick, if I felt like I needed to go get the test like she did, I go get the test. But as soon as she realized that she could have possibly be sick, we separated. She wore a mask in the house when she came out of the bedroom. I went through and washed all the touch points and everything in the house with bleach and water, and we were all a lot really more careful. We separated. My wife spent a lot. My wife's getting cabin fever in that bedroom.
Oh, I bet.
And she's kind of at the point where she's been doing stuff the last few days with her mother stuff that was in the house. But she just found out today, not but a few hours ago, that the funeral thing that she went to for her uncle, that her cousin who was running the whole thing has tested positive for COVID. And she was the one hosting the whole thing. So everyone came in contact with her. Now, hopefully, because my wife has just got done getting it, or she's on the tail end of getting it out of her system, being exposed to it again is not going to re-expose her or let it ramp up. So, who knows? She's all freaked out about it. So,
and just from my perspective, personally, at my age, and I got everybody around me that I know is dropping like flies and dying of everything but COVID. We haven't had anybody, fortunately, directly related to us that has died from COVID. We've been lucky that way, but they're dying of other shit left and right. I'm at that point where it's like in the building now, everybody's masking up, and they put out an announcement that the city of Ashland has a we're in the middle of a major COVID outbreak, and that kind of explained why everybody in Walmart this morning was wearing frickin' masks again, and
we're seeing it more and more.
And I personally, I'm just sick and tired of being scared of this shit. I'm just, I'm scared of other things, man. I want to see my doctor, but I don't want to see her because she might tell me I'm going to die in a year, So, what? Why?
I don't want a false positive. I don't want someone telling me that and we know that happens.
Yeah.
I don't want a false positive. I don't want, if there's an agenda
exactly.
or something going on, if there's an agenda or something going on, which, hey, I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist, sorry. But if there's something going on trying to push an agenda to get everybody vaccinated, this wave of what's going on, they're pushing an agenda. So more of these people are going to show up positive. Then, I don't want to, I don't want to be part of that. That's all.
Yeah. And it bothers me too that this pandemic hasn't claimed as many lives as past pandemics have. So why did they actually classify this as a pandemic when it didn't even meet the standards of past pandemics? And why are they treating this like it's polio or smallpox or something of that nature, where this isn't in the 30 to 50% fatality range,
right.
And
I don't think smallpox was. I think smallpox was like 20%, wasn't it? I mean, you were around then.
Would you fuck yourself? Do they still they don't give the smallpox vax anymore? I got that as a kid.
Round mark on your arm.
Yeah.
I got mine in '68. So
yeah. Oh yeah, I guarantee you, I got mine back in the '50s. So.
Yep.
You
didn't have a choice back then. Well, you get all your vaccines for school as a kid,
But there was good reason for that. I mean, that was proven science. I mean, people were dropping like flies. I mean, and the vaccine proved itself up now, and they weren't afraid to admit that because they were using a live vaccine.
It was a vaccine. It wasn't a FD whatever blocker.
Right. And so there were people that actually contracted off of it. Same with polio. There were people that got polio after the polio shot, which they weren't supposed to, but they did. But they openly admitted there is a risk factor, but in this case, I don't get it. They don't. I don't know. They haven't proven anything. I mean, they haven't, because you hear two different sides of the coin constantly. Well, you're not going to hear the two different sides of the story if everybody's got the same story. And I just got a feeling that, nobody's denying COVID, but I don't think they know as much about it as they say they do. I really don't. I don't think the CDC, I don't think Fauci, I don't think he has a fucking clue, honestly. I think he's in this whole game. He's in that field and in the whole game for the almighty buck. He's in it for the almighty buck. He makes big money, that boy, I guarantee you. And he's got to save his career. He's got to make damn sure that he can save his ass, because that's big money.
Fauci is higher paid than the president of the United States, is the highest paid federal employee.
Yeah, he's not going to be and if they ever do prove that little shit to be as stupid as I'm afraid he might be, he's not going to be another Kerry or Gore, where he can't switch to climate change, and get away with it. And yeah.
Fauci has flip-flopped on so many things that he has said.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And people have very short memories on this stuff. And at the end of the day, they were funding all of that stuff that was going on. They were funding every bit of it that was going on over in Wuhan, the NIH.
Why?
Fauci sits there in Congress and says, "Well, it's not, what do they call it? Kind of test.
Yeah, gain of function or whatever. Function.
Well, they say right there and read out the definition to them, and that's exactly what they were doing there. Exactly, your funding was going right to Wuhan,
and it said right in the funding authorization that.
Yeah.
So
I think it was 6 or 7 years before that, where Fauci said it was worth if a pandemic happened, it was worth losing people in order to gain the knowledge that would keep more people from dying.
See, and that's the way those folks. That's the mentality of it, A friend of mine, old dear friend of mine, he confided in me, and his wife said, "Oh God, I hate this part of his history." And I said, "What's going on?" He used to work for a lab in Arizona, and all of our NFL football players, all of our hockey players, and all these guys that are riding motocross bikes, enduro bikes, all their headgear, thanks to guys like him, their heads are a lot safer. But he said that they would kill anywhere between 15 and 45 beagles, the dog beagles, a day, 5 days a week in that lab to research the impact effects of certain helmet styles. Mm-hmm. They would make a helmet that would fit a beagle's head, and they'd strap them to a cart on a rail, and they shoot that sucker down the rail into a solid wall with all of these probes in that helmet to test the impact effects on the skull of that beagle. And he said, 15 to 45 dogs a day. And he said, we did that for 3 years. He says, but that's why the NFL now has some of the best helmets to protect your head in the world. I said, if they keep them on, but he said they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement that was perpetual, that they would never disclose. That's what they did in that lab. That's what they do in Wuhan labs. I mean, Fauci can't admit to that shit.
They were talking about the beagles that they do with I don't know if it's at Wuhan or wherever. They were PETA is all over Fauci right now. So.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the thing is that we don't know that shit because they're not going to allow that out in the public.
Well, no, they don't want you to know what they're doing to keep you safe.
So
the military is doing to keep you safe.
Yeah,
but they don't want to know what the scientists are doing with beagles and monkeys and everything else to keep.
Yeah, pigs. I tell you what, I never feel sorry for a pig. They got some of the best meat.
So does the beagle. You ever eat a beagle?
No, I'm not a dog eater.
It's not bad, but then you walk around after a week later and go, chasing
but pigs, I mean, they've been experimenting on pigs forever because, believe it or not, folks, a pig's skin is the closest to human in the animal world. the pig's organs are the closest to human in the animal world. So just imagine the experiments they have done and continue to do on pigs. For us, the first heart valve replacements were pig valves. They still today, if you're going to get a valve replacement done, they give you the option to mechanical valves, a donor valve, or a pig valve. You get the option. Well, how did they figure out a pig valve was going to work? And how did they learn to actually do a pig valve transplant? It was by taking 2 pigs, killing one, cutting his heart valve out, and then taking the other pig and putting them through the surgical procedure and removing his heart valve and replacing it with another pig's heart valve. And they did that till they mastered it. Then they said, let's give it a shot on a person. And that's the way they find that shit out, is they use animals to do it. And chimpanzees, I mean, we're not stupid. We know that they've been using chimps forever too. But those that get it out to the public, people see that and they go, oh, how outrageous can you get? That's insane, doing that to them poor damn monkeys. Oh, you're not seeing shit. We're just seeing a tip of the iceberg of what they actually do. That's like Wuhan. That they will never convince me that they weren't messing where they shouldn't be messing.
Sure.
I've watched the movie The Stand. Come on. You know.
Kathy says she don't know anybody that's had COVID. Hi, Kathy.
Yeah, you do now.
You do now.
You've had it twice, haven't you?
And the third time I get it, every motherfucker I see is getting it.
You're gonna
everybody.
You're gonna give them one wet willy, right?
You're gonna get it.
Yep. Come here, I'm gonna kiss you.
I don't give a shit who it is.
Hey, Ingalls family, it is great to see you.
Newfoundlanders.
Well, see, and again, oh, hey.
I know people who
I know
died from
some
it too, Travis.
have
So.
had it, and one who has died from it. You know somebody that died from it, eh?
Yeah.
I don't personally know anybody that died from it, but I do know I right now I'm up to a half a dozen people who have contracted it that I know personally. Not counting you guys here on YouTube.
Now I will tell you, I believe that this was contracted, the one that came through our house and has gotten the rest of our family. We got it from the hospital when we went to see my mother-in-law when she passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Because hospitals aren't as clean as you would think they are. People that are going in there are freaking sick, and they're short-handed. And if they're not sanitizing every little thing, they're pushing around that place. If that janitor who is using the same towel to wipe down the toilets and the rails and the doorknobs and whatnot, if that's the filthy, disgusting thing he's using, he's spreading shit out. They're spreading stuff all over the place. A lot of people say they go in the hospital and they come out with COVID, or they go in the hospital with something else and wind up getting COVID.
Yeah,
so none of us had any COVID until we went in the hospital when my mother-in-law passed away, or when she was passing away. And then all of a sudden we had 2 cases in my house. My nephew, his son, his wife, and he got it. My sister-in-law down in Virginia has got it. Well,
see,
just a bunch of people.
See, here in this building I live in, I was telling you, we got. They figure the people that have been exposed to it is about 20%. About 20% of the people that live in the building. And what happened was, is we've got this one old gal, and she's just a hard worker, wants to help everybody out. And because of the COVID thing, and our packages, if you have a package shipped here, it gets left out in a public access lobby. And people were getting packages stolen from them. And yeah, that's squeaky old cork coming out of that bottle. But so that people weren't getting their packages stolen from them, she would have them bring the packages into the building, drop them off, and then she would take and go to every apartment. Well, she'd show up at your apartment, and this gal was so particular. She wore a mask, she wore the latex gloves, handle the package, give it to you, and she would reach way out and stay as far away from you as possible. And then she changed those gloves out, and she had a wastebasket attached. She uses it like a big shopping cart. A wastebasket there, and those gloves got dropped in a bag there, and she put a fresh pair on, go to the next person that had a package and deliver it. And she was so strict about that. She was so worried. She's 68 years old. She doesn't want to catch that shit. But yet she's out there helping everybody out that way. Well, I've been out at camp, right? I haven't had packages delivered at all. Well, the other day I went down because Amazon said I had 2 packages delivered, and she didn't bring them, so I thought I better check up on them. So I went down and checked up, and no, they're sitting in our community kitchen, which is now closed. You can't use it, but they're sitting there on a counter, all the packages separated by who they go to, but it's in the secure part of the building. So I go down, there's my 2 packages, and I asked this gal, I said, well, where's Patty? I was surprised. She usually brings those packages to us, and she said, oh no, Patty's in quarantine right now, she has COVID. I go, say what? She's got COVID, and at least 8 others in the building have COVID. And there's a bunch of people, about 20 people, that have come in contact with those who have the COVID in the building. And I said, well, now wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? I said, that's a huge percentage. We're talking, 25% of the building has been exposed. I said, that's nuts. And they figure she got exposed by the postman. The postman, they figure, came in contact with it somewhere in their route and came in, and that's how she ended up in contact with it. And so now in a building like ours, when about 60% of the residents in this building are over the age of 60. Well, shit, that's like COVID in the nursing home, Yeah. So today at Walmart this morning, I see a gal from our building, and she's pushing a cart at Walmart, and I can tell, man, she's having a hell of a time just walking, pushing that cart. And I see a set of crutches in her cart, and I go, Jean, what's with the crutches? And she said she broke her hip. She fell in her apartment, broke her hip. And she's typically real healthy, this gal. And I said, well, that sucks. She goes, yeah, and now we got COVID in the damn building. She said, I don't like anybody doing anything for me. And she said, but with the broken hip, she says, I'm having a hell of a time getting around, and I can't lift anything that weighs over 6 or 8 pounds. And I said, hey, I'll help you shop if you want. you know, and I'll carry your shit out to your car for you.
You're helping her.
And she said, nope. With the COVID, no. Just stay away from me. So here this old gal's doing shit she needs help with, but she's afraid to accept the help because she doesn't want to add COVID to her hip injury, you know? And that's what's really, really kind of burning my ass. I mean, it's different than the other ones, like the flu or the polio. Yeah, it is. That's my doctor said that right now all the vaccines that they're giving out that we're getting, some of us got, some of us don't want. That, you know, I'm neutral on it. Yeah, get it or don't get it. I don't give a shit. You know, it's a personal decision, and I think it should be. But the thing is my doctor was saying, we're the guinea pigs. The more data they get, the more they can. They're still working on additional vaccines. She said it's real evident what they want to do is come up with a vaccine that'll work, that can be combined with the annual flu shot. Because in the public, about 60% of the people in the U.S. get an annual flu shot. Now, I haven't gotten one in 6 years, an annual flu shot in 6 years, and I haven't gotten the flu once. And that's, well, I take that back. The March that they started all the COVID stuff, you know, no more travel, no more this, no more that, back in March of 2020, I was sick for a week. I was upper respiratory, and the fever and shit. So my doctor figures I already had the COVID. And she said that's probably why when I got the COVID shot, it didn't affect me at all. I didn't have any effects. I didn't have nothing. I had, you know, it was a little sore where they gave me the shot.
Sure.
For a couple days. But otherwise, I had no effects. None. Zero. Like I never got it. And she said, I think that's because you already had the COVID. And she said your body didn't have to try to fight off anything. And so it's, yeah, I don't, that's why I don't get it. I'm just so sick of it all. I'm sick of seeing nothing but people in masks too. That's all you see are people in masks. I can't tell if people are smiling, frowning, or sticking their fucking tongue out at me. You know,
I'm smiling.
Well, did you see the thing where the 6-year-old girl, I think it's in North Carolina, is suspended for school for 36 days because she has violated their mask mandate in the school?
That's
no,
insane.
It's not. It's Florida because DeSantis was with her. See, the schools have their own thing. So, yeah, she's been suspended for 36 days because she keeps violating the school's mask mandate. And the little girl up there simply said, you know, when I asked what was going on, she's like, well, when you wear a mask, you touch your mask all the time with your dirty hands, and now you have the germs on the mask.
Right.
Well, how many people wear a mask and touch your mask all the time? Adjust it, do this, do that. No one's wearing gloves. If you're wearing gloves, you can still get stuff off the tables and things around you on there. We had masks on. We were putting more shit on the outside of that mask than we were without a mask.
Okay, I went through EMT training, first responder training. Now, it was constantly pushed to us by MDs, by doctors. The reason to wear gloves and the reason to wear masks is that you don't become cross-contaminated with something the patient, the person you're working with, has. It's not to protect the patient, it's to protect you, right?
Right.
But if you're wearing gloves and you touch something that's contaminated and then you touch your mask, you need to change both the gloves and the mask immediately. because you've just cross-contaminated everything that's trying to protect you, right? It is impossible to remain 100% protected unless you're living in a fucking bubble. You can't. Cross-contamination is inevitable. It's going to happen. And I've heard people say, "Oh, well, it took me a while. I've learned to not touch my mask." How the hell did you put it on? How do you not touch your mask? Do you have somebody else touch it for you and then put it on?
And have you read how long a N95 surgical mask is good for?
Yeah. And that's why in the hospital, even in a surgical situation, everything is super sterile in that whole freaking room. Everything. Believe it or not, I talked to this cardiologist, and they said if we do an angiogram on you where we go through the groin, through the wrist, it's not such a big deal, but through the groin, it's a little more chance for contamination and infection. They said we'll have our masks swapped out sometimes up to 4 times in a half-hour procedure. And she said, we have an individual in the room with us, and that's all they do. They remain purely sterile, and they'll remove your old mask, get rid of it. They get rid of their gloves, new gloves, and they'll put a new mask on you. And you step away from everything until you get re-outfitted back in place. And she said those masks aren't, and in the general atmosphere, in the public, everything's contaminated. Everything. You have to assume every single thing out there is contaminated. We got a guy that he hits the elevator buttons with his elbow. And I laughed my ass off because I saw him get off the elevator, and after he had pushed the button with his elbow, the door is open, he gets off the elevator, and he's walking over by the mailboxes, and he scratches his elbow. Right. And he opens the mailbox, and I go, "You poor fucking moron."
Yep.
I mean, yeah. How's that ice cream tonight?
Good. I got 2 here. I'm probably gonna have 2 more yet.
You fucker.
I got some Blue Bunny banana split today. I got another brand of blueberry cheesecake, and I got another brand of strawberry cheesecake. I've got all 3 of those ice creams in my fridge, man. And,
I'm getting tired of bourbon and beer.
And right between the 2 of them, there's a bag of pizza rolls between those 3. 2 bags of pizza rolls.
I gotta hurry up and eat all these because I got a new load coming in Monday. So.
Oh, you got to make room, eh?
Are you using a little wooden spoon?
No, I'm using my granddaughter's spoon from when she was little.
Oh, okay.
Most people don't know how to put on a mask correctly, and I know how to do it. That's right. Yeah.
Well, you don't actually touch the mask. You actually touch the straps. Yeah.
There you go, Kathy.
See, and the thing is me with the full beard, I cannot. Those masks are not efficient, and I can get that mask. You know, and I'm not patting myself on the back or nothing, but I love my showers, man. I take a shower in the morning. When I shake it out of bed, first thing I do is I light a smoke on my way from the bed to the bathroom. I go in the bathroom.
That's a fucking shame.
Take a tinkle. Head in the kitchen, and I hit start on my coffee pot. I head back to the bathroom. By then, my smoke is gone. Flick the button. The butts belong in the toilet, right? Oh, no, that's on the toilet. Well, mine goes in the toilet. Flush that bugger. And I'm in that shower. I shower up. I get out. I come out, my coffee's done, have my first cup of coffee. In the evenings, I usually have a cup of coffee and a snack around 5 o'clock instead of dinner. I eat my dinner just before I go to bed because I'm trying to gain weight. But after I have my cup of coffee and my snack, well, I head in there. I take a shower. I take 2 showers a day. I love them. I love my showers, man. They don't take that long to take a shower. But I do it for more than just the comfort of a shower. I want to keep my beard as clean as possible. And I usually, if I'm going out and about, my beard gets put into a tight tail with 2 or 3 rubber bands holding it in a tight tail so that my mask wraps way down, covers a huge area of my beard, right? But I know it's false security. It's false security because if any contaminant gets under that mask, guess what? It's in my whole beard.
Yep.
If it gets on the outer rims of my beard outside of the mask, it may not be under the mask, but the minute I take the mask off and I do this number, guess what? Now it's in my mustache. It's in all over.
If you haven't just freshly washed your hands, then you've just put it all over your beard anyways.
Right. And I've got hand sanitizer, squirt the pump bottles of it all over the frickin' place. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 pump bottles of hand sanitizer.
That's not hand sanitizer. That's lotion, you crazy old coot.
I'll go grab it and show it to you. It's fucking hand sanitizer. You don't use that.
You aren't sanitizing your hands.
Don't use that. Don't use that as a lotion. You don't want to use that as a lotion because your neighbor, your neighbor would know. My neighbor would know every time I use that as a lotion. Yeah. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo!
So out of those 2 showers a day, do you do a self prostate check?
You know what? I have no symptoms, so there's no
I didn't ask
need.
you for symptoms.
Yeah, so you don't have to have
I don't know.
symptoms.
So that not having any of the signs or symptoms is why I don't check. I don't need to check.
Well, and then one day it's all enlarged and whatnot. And you know what? If you just crammed your
Then I'll
finger
go
up
in and I'll have.
you know?
Then I'll go in and have that awesome, beautiful doctor of mine. I'll tell her, you need to check my sphincter because I think so. Yeah.
And that's when she brings her assistant. Doesn't have that much.
Oh no, no. I know all of her assistants too. Now she got no monsters. She's got no big ladies. No. Are you
some dude
spraying your mail and packages and letting them set a bit before you open them?
Mr. Sty,
then do your hands.
Over. We have to check your prostate.
No. I don't. I don't. I've got all this hand sanitizer and crap around. I use it if I forget. Shake hands with somebody, barehanded shake, and I don't know where they've been or who they've been touching. Then I'll give myself a squirt of that shit. But I don't use it all the time. My house right now is damn near sterile. I scrubbed this whole place over 3 days. But
except for those guys that came in and did the inspection the other day.
Actually, I went in the kitchen and a little bit of disinfectant spray on the, I think it's a total of 10 handles on my cupboards, and wiped them all down. And I used throwaway handy wipes. And same in the bathroom. I know they touched all the faucets. I sprayed those down, wiped them. Anything I know they touched got sprayed. And it took me 5 minutes to do it all. So my place is back to just me. It's got just me in it. I got nobody else. So if I'm cross-contaminating in here, I'm cross-contaminating myself because I don't have company. I don't have company in my home. So
Why don't you just say you don't have any friends?
well, why remind myself of that shit? Hey, I got 20 people in the house and everybody's got a minute they can spare. I've got something I want to show you guys that. Oh no, here we go. You're going to get to see it now. This is what the channel is all about for the next 6 months. This only takes about a minute. So here you go, guys. I hope you enjoy this. And it tells you what's going on every week starting next Monday. This is the way it will be.
We all have a story, we all have a tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
So there you go, guys. 5 streams a week, 5 shows a week. The Sty times are 1-hour shows. So
I'm glad 4 of them start at 5 o'clock when I'm working. I don't have to watch that shit.
what the hell? You're working no matter what time I'm streaming. You're either working or eating fucking ice cream.
Right. Good.
Yeah. And I want to thank everybody again, man. Hitting 4,000. I'm going to do something special in the month of December for the 4,000 thing. I'm just really not about the subs, you know. I appreciate them all. It's great. It's good for the channel. But
I think you should send everybody $1.
Huh. Heck, I couldn't afford to send everybody in the chat $1 right now.
That's fucked up. We're up 3 down and 1 to go.
Yeah, people getting the jab or the testing group. Yeah, they're the baseline for their beta test, and they don't like me being part of that baseline because the damn jab didn't affect me at all. I don't know side effects, nothing, and I don't know. For all I know, I've got COVID. I haven't been tested. You know, and the only reason I got the jab was to make other people comfortable. I figure as old as I am, if the jab kills me, okay. So I still died from COVID. It was COVID's fault I got the jab. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. My neighbor that passed away.
Yeah.
He went in for heart problems, got COVID in the hospital, got rid of the COVID while he was in the hospital, went into a rehab, and he died of a massive heart attack, and he died of COVID.
Yep.
So that ain't right.
That ain't right. That's why
the numbers are so freaking high.
That's why I say I can't. It's hard for me to deal with the confusion over how some people are tracking things, how some people imply the numbers mean this or the numbers mean that, and then to have someone say, "Oh, well, this isn't going to be a pandemic." That's what Fauci said when it first was revealed that COVID was there. Fauci said, well, I wouldn't worry about it. I do not see this being a pandemic. And now he swears up and down that he can't even see the foreseeable future as to when COVID will be a thing of the past.
I don't think COVID will be a thing of the past. The COVID's a new flu.
And that's
get rid of COVID.
What it is yeah. Well, he said that today in his hearings. I watched his hearing. I had it running in the background today while I was doing other stuff. But
until you got something that will completely keep you from getting COVID,
he said it today in testimony under oath. He said it. He said, all we can do is bring it under control. We will never be able to eradicate it.
Yeah.
He said, we can eradicate polio, smallpox. Certain things can be eradicated, actually eliminated. But COVID is not one of them. And the reason he's saying that is COVID, if you go back and research COVID, it's original, how did it originate? COVID is one of the most ancient viruses in the world.
Actually, coronavirus.
Right, coronavirus.
Right.
And all this is a mutation of the coronavirus. And they've never, if they ever figure out how to cure the common cold, then they'll eradicate COVID-19. Because until they can totally eradicate the common cold, they can never totally eradicate all the COVIDs that come off of it. Well, who decides when it's under control, right? That's that again. Here comes the confusion. What level of risk is acceptable that we can go about our lives? Who in the world, I don't care if you believe in God or not, but who in the world ever would imagine that nature or God or anything ever saw mankind walking around with this artificial piece of cloth shit on your face? That's not.
God never mentioned that you could wear cloth shit over your genitals. Yeah, so.
Why do we wear clothes? Well, it's because of our environment more than anything.
No, it's because we now see each other as what we are.
Well, no. That's part of this. That's part of the story. That's part of the story. But there's wearing clothes. Now people don't wear clothes like they would have. But when it's 20 below in Wisconsin, well, now it's time to put long pants on instead of your shorts. You could still barbecue, but you shouldn't wear long pants, and maybe you should put tennis shoes on. Yeah, don't need socks, but you can put tennis shoes on. The thing is we wear clothes to protect our weak bodies. That's what we wear clothes for. And wearing a mask because we're certain that not wearing it is going to hurt our body is one thing, but wearing the mask just because others tell you to, it's got me confused. You have a good night, Lori.
Good night, Lori.
Holy smokes. God, if he was in our basement, that's 4 stories below me, I would have heard that shit. That.
I don't like to yell that we're not seeing.
But I you know, I wish this whole COVID thing would have waited until I'm dead and gone, because I don't like life during COVID at all. It's like I said, I can't see people's faces. I like to see a smile on somebody's face. And one thing I did, well, and that's it, is I like to see that frown or that smirk, you know, because it does tell that body language is important. It's important to be able to see a person's facial expressions. And I mean, but one thing I did notice is now that people are wearing masks, has anybody else noticed that? People that wear masks, and you look at them, and every once in a while you catch that one person where they smile with their eyes. I mean, you can just see it in their eyes that they're smiling at. You can't see the rest of their damn face, but in their eyes, they're smiling at you, and you can see that positive vibe coming from them. And when I catch that in a person, that makes me feel good. It's like, oh shit, there's somebody that really, you know, I miss being able to see people's faces, and that's one thing that keeps me so attracted to YouTube. I get to see folks. I get to see their actual faces. No masks here. No masks here. Didn't recognize because of the mask. Yeah, Kathy, I've had that. I had somebody, believe it or not, this morning. I'm glad you brought that up, Kathy. While I'm at Walmart, right, I'm seeing people and going, I know them. I'm sure I am. And I'd look and go, no, that wasn't them. And then I'd see somebody else go, I know who that. And oh yeah, that's so and so. But it's real difficult sometimes to pick out people when you can't see their face. Well, I went to pick my smokes up today at the one little store, liquor store I get my smokes at. And I walked in there and I ran into a guy I haven't seen in, 11 years. It's been 11 years. 2010 was the last time I saw him. And I didn't know it was him. And I'm standing right behind him in line trying to get to the checkout counter. And he turned around and looked at me a half a dozen times, but he was wearing a mask. Finally, he took his mask off and he goes, and how are you, Sty? And I just about pissed myself. I go, oh my God, I feel bad. And he goes, don't let it bother you. He says, it's hard to tell who's who with the mask on. And he was right. I should never forget the guy. Never, ever. But first time in 10 years I saw him and I didn't know it was him. Once he took his mask off, I knew him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Knew exactly who he was. And
did you get the money he owed you?
That's the biggest thing in my industry too, because you know, when you've been doing what I do as long as I do, you could whether people want to or not, you can read them by their facial expressions. You can read whether, you know, they're happy, they're confused, they're dissatisfied. A lot of them things are their facial expressions. People have a hard time hiding those facial expressions, and when they give you the right facial expression, then you know the right question to ask them next based off of what you get from someone. And it's not something that I think about. It's just something that comes naturally. It's just you see a and sometimes you do it with maybe with your spouse or with one of your kids. You'll see a facial expression that they make. That's a common facial expression they make when they're not happy or they don't want to do something, or they're happy or this. And you get used to seeing that in all the people. Well, when we masks were mandatory in Michigan, it made my job a little more difficult because again, you couldn't get the idea. You had to ask more questions of people in order to try to get anything that might be their objection to doing something now or a week from now or anything else. So
yeah.
What's up, Dennis?
Hi, Dennis. Hey, buddy.
I was waiting for you to shut up so I can say hi to Dennis.
Tuesday night, I tried to watch his show and I got pulled away from it, and it pissed me off. So I had to watch it. Part of it yesterday, part of it today. I get to watch Dennis's shows after the fact. But yeah, I know, and that's another thing I don't like is our politics and our COVID issue it's gotten so many people. I found that there's so many people I used to communicate with on not a regular basis, but whenever we saw each other, we always had conversations and we enjoyed each other's company. But now I notice a lot of those folks are very hesitant and when I finally can pin them down and say, hey, what's up, man? We haven't talked for a long time, and we chat, maybe go have a cup of coffee, but you find out that people are hesitant and they're fearful of what you might think of them and their opinion on COVID or their opinion on politics and I try to remind these people, well, that's one thing with me. I don't give a shit about what your politics is or what your ideas of COVID is. I don't care on any issue. Whatever your position is, that's your position. It may not match mine, but that doesn't mean that I don't like you anymore. It just means that we differ on certain things, and there's no reason to go there. There's no reason to go there just because it's gonna make our visit questionable then, but it's rampant. It's rampant now. I mean, there's people that really enjoyed other people, but because of all the politics and the differences on COVID and all those issues, all these people that used to be so close strayed away from each other. They don't hate each other. They don't. It's like they're not going. They're not. They don't want to not communicate with those other people. They're just scared to. They're afraid that all of a sudden the acceptance level isn't there. And that's why I tell everybody, I don't care what you think. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to give up on people just because they think if your thoughts aren't harmful to somebody, what have I got against you because you think different? The only people I wouldn't want anything to do with somebody that intentionally is out to harm somebody else anyway. So, yeah, I don't, I'd like to see more people getting a little tighter than rather separating themselves from each other, Make hand sanitizer along with aloe, aerogel. Some folks are finding it cheap, baby wipes, and pouring 90% alcohol or Everclear in them to make them wipes. Yeah, aloe's good. Yeah. I use a lot of aloe.
90% alcohol. That's 180 proof. That's good.
That's good stuff, man. Yeah, if you're gonna be using that for hand sanitizer, you should put about a quart-sized bottle of that. Squirt would be fine too, right next to the orange juice in the fridge. Yeah, you betcha.
It makes some awesome screwdrivers in the morning. Wake you right
You betcha. That's you got to have orange juice with your breakfast. Yeah, nothing like putting a little added boost in that orange juice. It's just like my coffee, you know. Sounds good, Dennis. Sounds good, buddy. Hey,
What's up,
Cheesehead, how are you, man?
Oh, sorry, Cheesehead.
I'd like to see a mod check someday. Yeah, well, not until they eradicate COVID now, you know.
Put into here, Dan. It's over. Dan did it. Pay the man his money. Cheap fucker.
I've got his 401k. I've got his 401k for him. Yeah. Someday, him and I are going to get together. I'm going to have that camera handy, and he's going to get his 401k. Yeah. And that boy needs to retire there. Oh, geez. I gotta say this to Cheesehead though. This is no shit, buddy. The other night, I dreamt that you and I were sitting at the Dynamite Shack, and you were making hobo dinner in those tin cans over the campfire again. Yeah, I dreamt that shit, man. And I woke up pissed off. I had to change the pillowcase on my pillow because I was drooling all over the son of a. That's the first time I've ever drooled in my sleep because I was dreaming of food. I've drooled in my sleep dreaming about a few other things, but never food. But that night I did. I drooled. I gotta admit it.
I'm a chronic drooler.
Well, I've never showed you my mask, have I? You don't know what the hell
I got my Sty mask right over here. I can show you mine.
I'm going to grab my mask and show it to you.
Let's hit the basement. Nobody wants to see this shit.
Yeah, you fuckers hiding like that.
Phil made me do it.
Oh yeah, I heard you say I'll be in the basement. Yeah, I heard that shit. But you know, I tell you guys, I wear a CPAP mask, and there it is. There's the hose.
Like
I disconnected it from the 10-footer that I got hooked up to the machine.
It looked like that alien that attacked the guy's face in the movie Alien.
But this big strap goes to the back of your head, and this small strap is over the top. And this portion of it just goes on your nose.
Those things go in your nose?
They don't go in your nose. They're just like little, and they're very soft.
They're on there like but they're pressing up against your nose.
Yeah, just like that.
Fuck that.
And
I'd rather die in my sleep.
The strap's up over your head, and this thing sits just like that on your nose.
Really?
Yep. And
I thought this was
you,
a great big
you,
thing over your face.
you sleep with your mouth closed, and you breathe through your nose. And it's just air pressure is all it is. And in the front of this, there's a
This guy's
bunch of
great.
Yeah, you see that.
there's a ton of holes in the front here. So let's say you're holding your breath, that pressure has to go somewhere or blow this thing off your face, you know. So it vents out those little holes, any air you don't need out of it. And believe it or not, this thing is really freaking comfortable. Doesn't take long, and you don't realize you're even wearing the damn thing.
It took
This
at
has
least
got
3 years to get used to it. Probably
this
no time at
this
all.
this these things here, the purple ones I got on here, but usually my camo ones are in the laundry, but they come with a gel pad, and that this part of it rides on your cheeks right here.
Mm-hmm.
And even with those gel pads, you wake up in the morning and you got these big old sleep lines on your face. You put these little slip covers on it, and it's like two little pillows there. You hardly tell it's there. The oh, thanks, Jadzia. There's Jadzia, a great member. Heck. Come on, machine. I think I need a new mouse. Yeah, she used that feature once a month. You can, as a member, you can be highlighted in the YouTube chat. But if I show it up here, that's the way you see it. You don't get to see it the way it is on YouTube. Hey, Phil.
What?
That was a waste of $5. Who gave that to me?
Come on, man.
That's what I said. Come on.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Help the old part out, would you?
That helped the old part out. Hey, you help me out the front door or the back door. Hey, I'm Sty North. You got to throw me out the back door. You can't throw me out the front door.
No, you're going out the front door, bro. Nope.
Yeah. Special thanks there, Jadzia. She's been a member for 4 months now. That's awesome. I'm gonna be working on a few things. I want to try to have some giveaways in December. I want to help my family have a special Christmas this year, but I'm setting aside some money for a few giveaways in December. We'll come up. Phil's got some creative ways he's doing his, and I'm going to mimic some of Phil's attempts.
Charge him, Phil. Charge him.
What the hell was that one you did where there's that one number that they won't, it wouldn't accept?
88.
Yeah. That was so funny.
Racist. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
That was a weird night, man. That was a really weird night.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt
Green said, I did every number, and you did. I was like, well, it didn't show up on here. Apparently, 88 won't show up. So,
yep. Which is weird, but
just got back from visiting the Arizona and Missouri memorials. Bill's old Army stomping grounds. Army?
Well,
I see.
Memorial.
I see. Cheesehead's he's not very successful on making friends.
Yeah, no,
still.
Well, what you can't see in the chat, which is I can see it on my phone, but you can't see it on the chat here is that I put 88 in the chat. Now it'll show on my phone, but it won't
But
show for anyone else.
It won't pop up.
Because Jed's hi Kayla is right below my 88. And on here, all you see is hello Jadzia. So
Right. Yep.
88 is just one of those numbers they block on here. It's a racist thing. So
I think the Oriental people, it's a good luck thing. 88.
that's what Kichi said. I just consider the sword. So, but I did what I did when I was I don't know if I was almost 20 years old. I went out to the Arizona Memorial for the first time. And I'll tell you, I get emotional about certain things. When we went to Nashville and we saw those buildings that had been blown up from Christmas a year ago, I got pretty emotional about that, man. I get teary and I get angry and I get sad. I was on the Arizona Memorial, and this is this big white thing over top of it, and they take you out there. And I was out there, and some people of Asian descent, I don't know if they were Japanese, Chinese. I couldn't tell you the difference between any of them back in the day. Still have a hard time. But they were chattering and laughing. And I had an overwhelming urge to give them a close-up and throw them over the edge so they could see exactly what was going on. But I refrained. I mean, I still remember this like it was yesterday. Because it was one of those things that it was just like, all right, now that I've experienced this, I have to get off because it's like anything when you're in a bad mood, any little thing can trigger you. I felt triggered.
Yep.
I felt triggered, so I needed to get off of it. So never went back. One time was enough for me.
I used to have to go to Washington, D.C. almost on a monthly basis, and usually I was in D.C. anywhere from 3 to 7 days. And one trip I took to D.C. was a short trip. It was a 3-day trip, but I made arrangements so that it worked out to be a 6-day trip. So it gave me 2 days in D.C. to just do what I wanted, whatever I wanted. And I went to the Smithsonian, and I went to there's a branch of the Smithsonian for Native American history now. And I went there because I worked for the tribes at the time, and I was real interested. I wanted to see what they had done. And I did that all in a day, the Smithsonian and the Native American Smithsonian collection. But on the last day that I had free, I went out to the Vietnam Memorial, and I got there at 7:30 in the morning, and I left at 8 o'clock that night. So I was there for over 12 hours, and I hadn't brought anything to snack on. I hadn't brought anything to drink. I had a cup of coffee with me when I got there. The cab dropped me off. And I had a list with 14 individuals that were lost in Nam that I grew up with. If you don't know how that wall is designed, it's a bitch to find people's names on it. You can't have 50,000 people on a wall and just go grab that one guy's name off of it unless you know where to look. I had a vet. He had a map of the memorial, and he was able to show me where to look for their names. The way that memorial's designed, if you know when they were lost in Nam, the time period, these guys that know that wall inside out can put you right to where their names are. So I was able to find all 14 of their names. But it was amazing how that wall held me there. I couldn't leave.
Yeah, those things. I mean, we went to Nashville. Now, obviously, that's a different story. But we went to Nashville. I wanted to stay where the bomb had blown up. I
Right.
just wanted to hang out there. I just didn't, it was weird. You felt, I don't know.
Well, you start feeling like you got some skin in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Maybe.
I felt that way. I felt that way in Oklahoma when we went to the federal building after McVeigh blew it up. I had to. I was required. I didn't want to, but you go there and you're standing on that same ground, and if you know the background behind it, man, oh man, that just there's just something. All of a sudden, you feel like, okay, so many were lost in one spot.
Yeah, that's a domestic terrorist right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not somebody pissed off at a school board meeting.
Yeah, that's a domestic terrorist.
And that's why when I hear people using domestic terrorism,
it's all loosey-goosey,
doing it loosely, I get very upset, very emotional.
Just like the word racist or white supremacist. They use those words so loosely. Everyone that voted Republican in the Virginia election was a racist. Really? Come on. Stop. I mean, stop. That's enough of that.
Every person that has used that term, now in my heart, I haven't tagged them. I don't want to tag anybody, but in my heart, they're making accusations and making comments from their mirror. Because if they looked in the mirror and said that, they'd be more accurate. There's nothing more racist than hollering racist. I mean, it, and I tell you, and that's
all you're thinking about. That is all you're thinking about.
Oh, Cinda Lou. Oh, check it out. Love it. Thank you so much.
Now, Sty, feel free to keep going. I got to get my arse to bed.
Your arse?
My arse. I got to get my arse to bed.
So we're gonna go for a little while yet, probably until 3.5 hour mark. But Phil, thanks, buddy, for showing up.
Love being here. Love seeing Mike hanging out with us. Go
fuck yourself.
Oh, jeez.
There, now he's coming. Now he's coming out.
But you know what? I love you guys out in the chat. You're all friends of mine. I appreciate all the support you give me. I appreciate the support you give my friends. And I'm going to get to bed. And hopefully we will see you guys tomorrow night. I plan on going to live at 8:30. And we'll see what the night brings. So,
yeah.
All right. I love you. Mike, love you.
Love you, buddy.
Have a good one.
You take good care.
Night.
Keep it spicy, bud.
Keep it spicy.
Keep it spicy. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Cinda Lou's listening on their way home when they can. That's it. Is I tell folks not to over obligate themselves to be here, but we sure love your company. I am so proud of myself that I can eat ice cream. I checked that. This is no shit, man. I ate half of one of those big oval cartons of ice cream yesterday. I had a big bowl mid-afternoon. I had another big bowl at 11 o'clock last night. Got up this morning, checked my blood sugar, and it was a 153. And those two big bowls of ice cream, in the past, I would have had about a 325 this morning. So I am so glad my blood sugars are staying right where I want them. I don't want to have.
Dennis, you leave it too?
Dennis has got to cut out. Yeah.
Well, he's old too. Yeah.
Yeah. He's practicing to be me, you know.
Don't do that, Dennis. Good God. That's another.
You know you're not me, Dennis, until you go out and host a campground for 6 months. Every day that last 6 months, I've got some videos that I didn't post that I think I'm going to post, you know, with me talking about camp updates and shit. It's just some video work that I just never got up. So I think I'm going to post that over this next week. And I've got some on my camera to download. And I never did a goodbye from camp because I just got the hell out of there. And so I got to do one of those. But it's going to be a tough winter deciding what I'm going to do for next year. If I'm at this point, it's still on that I'm going to host, but I just can't. I'm not willing to plan that far out anymore. You know, the intention is there, but that winter coming into the spring will tell me whether I'm going to host or not. And if I don't host, hell, I'm just going to go camping a lot. Well, I'll be home more often, and I'll be doing streams more often, but still getting out there and camping, you know. I'll have the adventure trailer rigged up where I don't have to set up all the outside tents and all that shit, you know. Quick setup. Get to camp, half hour you're set up, and just enjoy myself fishing and paddling and shit.
That greenhouse is probably a pain in the ass to put up.
The camp kitchen, the clams, both of them, I've got the green one and the camouflage. They only take about 15 minutes to set up. They pop right up. It's all the shit I put in them. And that's where my trailer running water gave me a hot plate for my trailer so I can cook in the trailer with electricity because I got my Jenny. And I got a buddy heater that's getting mounted to the wall.
What's her name?
Yeah. No, I know you're asking because you want me to provide you with my buddy heater.
Right.
Is she going to come over and keep me warm? I used to read a lot of shit about medieval times and that, and I hate to even go there because it's a terrible thing. It's actually a terrible thing because they adapted that in every country that practiced slavery, and that's belly warmers. And they weren't there to warm your belly, they were there to warm your feet. And they were all children. You put a kid under the blankets at the foot of your bed, and you can put your feet up against their belly to keep your feet warm at night.
Really?
Yeah.
Never heard that.
You haven't?
No.
and it goes way back to medieval times. A lot of royalty, lords, princes, and kings and queens would have belly warmers. They'd have children that their job would be to come and they'd take the bed warmers, which were just a pan with a couple of steel handles full of coal, and they'd heat between the bedding on your bed before you get into bed. Well, they'd warm your bed up with that, and then they'd crawl in the bed at the foot of the bed, and you'd get into bed and put your feet up against their belly to keep your feet warm, because most of the castles weren't, they had big fireplaces. That's something people don't understand either, is those big fireplaces they had in these castles were not primarily for heat. They weren't primarily for heat. They weren't meant to heat the room. They were meant to warm you if you got up close to it and sat right by it. That's what they were meant for. And to cook. Every fireplace in the big castle, even in its fanciest rooms, always had cooking utensils at it, because that's the purpose of the fireplace, was to prepare food or to sit up at the hearth to stay warm. The rest of the room was whatever the temp was outside. Those castles were cold and wet and dingy, but they used belly warmers, so they slept good at night because their feet stayed warm. Yeah.
Sounds like an old girlfriend of mine. Cold, wet, and dingy.
Cold, wet, and dingy. Yeah.
Bitch.
I had a couple of those over the years, yeah. Well, not over the years, my early years. Yeah. Where I asked myself, why did I put myself in this situation? I told my ex-wife once that when we had been married for a few years, I told her, I said, you picked the right guy. And she goes, what do you mean? I said, I haven't left you yet. And for 38 years, I didn't leave her. And she said, what does that mean? I said, all the girlfriends I had before I met you, I only had one of all those girlfriends that left me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I dropped all the others. Yeah. I had compatibility issues. Yeah. I just couldn't find the person I was compatible with. And the ex-wife, she was very compatible for the first couple of years. And then I spent over 30 years trying to get that compatibility back, but no, just couldn't figure it out, that's one thing I found with my ex-wife. She wasn't like certain foods. I've got certain foods that I am so compatible with. I loved them ever since I was a child, and I love it just as much as I do right now as I did back then. Didn't work that way with the wife. Yeah. Guess she just wasn't the right flavor or something. Yeah.
You know what I'm having for dinner tomorrow? Liver.
Liver?
That's what I'm having tomorrow.
How do you prepare your liver?
I soak it in milk for 24 hours. Cook up some onions, put it in there, let it all cook up together.
Ooh.
Make some mashed potatoes and Have at it.
Wow. That's one thing my ex-wife, oh, I still love her for it, but she'll never fix it for me, so I got to do it myself. Actually, I should too. But
Good for you too. Liver's good for you.
but we did that too. Was you soak it in milk, and then after you take it out of we take it out of the milk, and we season flour, salt, pepper,
Mhm.
roll it in flour, and on a lower temp, we would fry it in, probably about 2 inches of oil in the pan. Fry it, take it out of the pan, let the oil get off of it on the paper towels. Then you throw that back in the pan. But
Good night. Have a good night, Matt.
good night, Matt. But we would fry up a bunch of bacon and then throw that breaded liver in with the bacon, and we'd throw some onions in there till they're al dente, and the liver, and then we'd make a brown gravy in the pan, and then we'd spoon that out over boiled taters, make some. It's got to be real taters, and oh my freaking God!
Never tried it with the bacon though.
It's great with the bacon.
Yeah, I got bacon.
It's great with the bacon. Yeah, you get, and we dice the bacon up into maybe 1-inch chunks before we fry it up, so that it mixes in with the liver, and about every other bite of liver, you got a chunk of bacon with it, and it's and the bacon flavor it gets it all, into all of it. And oh God, I could sit and eat that shit.
It's weird. I can't eat pork, but I can eat bacon. It's the only thing that don't bother me.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, if I eat pork, I get sick as a dog.
Huh.
It's always been like that. Ribs, pork chops, all stuff I like, but can't eat it.
Yeah, Jadzia. Yeah, you either love liver or you hate it. I think it's the same with buttermilk. Just ask Phil.
Right.
Yeah. I love the fact that Phil hates buttermilk. I got to get him to drink some more,
My dad used to drink that by the gallons.
Oh,
Buttermilk and potatoes.
I cut my buttermilk consumption in half because I can't swallow as well. But I still love my buttermilk. I usually, before I ended up with the swallowing disorder, I used to drink a quart of buttermilk about every 4 days. And I was probably buying about 8 cartons, eight quarts a month. So that's a couple gallons a month. Yeah. I love my buttermilk. I saw a few videos about those jungle in Vietnam. How did anyone find anything over there? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of deep jungle in Asia. Asian countries and South America. There's jungle in there where, Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't think you can walk 25 feet without getting your ass lost. I mean, oh yeah, the beaches of Normandy. Me too. I've wanted to go over there so damn bad. I had a second cousin that he was in the Navy, and he was there for D-Day, and what the hell did they call those transports that the one that he was operating, he was transporting artillery from the ship to the beachhead. And his first trip in, a mortar hit his boat, sank the son of a bitch in about 40 feet of water. He got fished out, and they got him back out to the ship, and they put him right back in another boat, transporting a tank to the beachhead, and that son of a bitch got sank on.
Jeez.
And after D-Day, there was very little right around D-Day submarine action. So he thought he was willing to put himself in a tin can, so in a bubble. So he managed to get a transfer, and he got put on, I can't remember the name of the sub, and he ended up in the South Pacific, and his sub ended up taking a hit in the bow, and it took the forward torpedo room completely off, and it limped all the way in. They limped that thing all the way to New York Harbor. And my mother had a picture of my second cousin standing with the bulkhead door open, waving at the shore as they were coming into the docks with the whole front end of that submarine missing.
Wow. Surprised it made it.
And he said the worst part about it was they had bunks just beyond the forward torpedo room bulkhead, and his bunk was the upper bunk right at that bulkhead door.
Wow.
He said if that son of a bitch would have blown off 4 more feet of that ship, he says the ship probably would have sank, but he said he wouldn't have felt it. He would have been gone. And after that, they told him 3 times that boy's been shot out of the water 3 times, and they finally let him off. But he served for 3 years, so 3 years active duty in the shit. So, and he walked away without a scratch. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see you, B lady. You have a good one. Take care of yourself. Yeah, you hear of some of these guys, those, you hear the old war stories and you hear the new ones. And, that's one rule that never changes. War is hell. War is hell. And you talk to so many of these guys and they say, they come right out and say that the unlucky that didn't survive the wars aren't as unlucky as those survivors' luck. I mean, these guys, they just can't understand why they made it, Why one man out of 30 got to come home, and he's wondering, why am I the one that came home? The luck in that is insane. There's a lot of old vets out there that they swear up and down they don't need to win the lottery. They won it when they survived the war. Yeah. That's Rebecca Eyeballs. Keeping an eye on us, Rebecca? I'm watching you. But yeah, Oh, pisses me off. I don't get to see the eye doctor until January 31st, and then I won't get my new glasses for at least a week after that. I need new glasses so damn bad it's ridiculous. I can hardly see the chat on my 65-inch TV, and I've got all of my text and everything. I bumped the settings up to 125%, and I still have trouble reading it. I can't go to 150%, otherwise everything's so frickin' big I can't see the StreamYard.
Yeah, I got mine bumped up, but I got everything I look at has a halo around it.
Oh yeah.
So they said, well, we can fix it, but in 6 months it'll be right back. So well, don't bother.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So I am technically legally blind.
That's yeah.
So
yeah, Kathy. A lot of limbs were lost. I used to go down to the VA hospital at Fort Snelling, Minneapolis, and my brother was in there. He had a collapsed lung and ended up with. They managed to get his lung back, but he ended up with double pneumonia. He spent a lot of months in that VA hospital. He was real fortunate, though. It was during the Nam era, and they transferred him back home, back to Minneapolis, Fort Snelling, when he ended up with the collapsed lung. And that was nice because it was only about a 45-minute drive for us to go see him at the VA hospital. Well, I was going and seeing him all the time. And I'd get down there, and it got to the point where I was going down there, and he'd go, I didn't know you were here. I didn't come to visit your ass. I came here to visit these other guys. You're my brother, you son of a bitch, you know. I know you. These guys, I get to hear all their stories, you know. And there's.
If I have time at the end of the run, maybe I'll stop and say hi to you.
Yeah. And the lot of vets, a lot of amputees, but I tell you what, I really got a kick out of these guys. They're tough. They were so positive about everything. And again, these guys, they're missing a leg, 2 legs, an arm. This one fella, half of his face was gone. He lost his right eye, and literally all of his face on the right hand side was gone. No ear, nothing, no scalp left there. Just skin grafted, but nothing there anymore. And his mouth was damaged so bad that only about 2/3 of his mouth still existed. It was stitched shut on that side. And I never saw anybody laugh like that guy. He could find something good in everything. And he'd be talking to pretty fresh guys that just come over, from in country, and they're just recovering. And he was always talking to them, trying to cheer them up and stuff. And he'd always tell them how lucky they were. And he always said, I feel so lucky that I came home at all. He said that just coming home at all. He wasn't willing to give up. There's no way in hell he was going to give up on life. And my brother learned a lot from that fella. My brother, when he was diagnosed with melanoma and they removed the left side of his face, he lost almost all of his left ear. They only left the top of it. And that was weird. I asked him, why the hell they only leave the top of your damn ear? They removed all the rest of it, his whole cheek, all the way over to his nose and down his face. all was skin graft. They had removed all that because of melanoma. And I'll never forget, he worked at Walmart. He was their meat and produce manager at this huge Walmart in Minneapolis. And I went to visit him at work. And he says, I told him, I said, I'm surprised that you stuck it out and you're still working after all the surgery and everything. And I asked him why they leave that little nub of an ear there. He says, how else am I supposed to wear fucking glasses? I go, oh shit, never thought of that. Because he couldn't stand contacts. And he said, I told them fuckers, you got to leave it. If you're not going to leave a nub of an ear there, then cut my little toe off and stitch it up there. He said something to hold my glasses in place.
That's cool, Cinda.
Writer at the Legion. Do a fundraiser for wounded vets. Awesome. That is awesome. But I told him, I said, well, I was a little concerned because you tend to have a little bit of pride in yourself. And you know, I didn't think that you'd want to be working in the public so much as the job here at Walmart. He says, I'm having a blast. He goes, I said, what do you mean you're having a blast? He says, well, look at me. And I go, yeah, that ain't. I figured, you know, shit. He says, I'm loving it. He says, I'm loving it. I said, what's there to love about them doing that to you? And he goes, well, look at me. I'm fucking hideous, he said. And I go, and you think that's great? He goes, oh, shit. He says, I can scare the living hell out of these little brats that come in here. They're running all over. They're not staying by their mom. All I got to do is come around the corner and say, you stay by your mom. Boom, they're right up, hanging on to her. He says, I scare the shit out of some of these little kids. And he said, and all these people that stare at me, he says, I tell him, wait a second. And I'll walk up real close to him and say, take a good fucking look. You know, ain't that hideous? Ain't that?
That's what I did to save your ass.
Yeah.
No,
you know, it's, and that's it is they learn to, they learn how to take the worst in life and make the best of it, you know? And I think that's cool. I think that's great. Hey, David, any cool stories about Black Lake? I did a lot of videos. There's this playlist on Black Lake. Yeah, I love Black Lake. I love Black Lake. I really like what they did to the Black Lake Trail around the lake. Yeah, I love it there too. I've got a couple of favorite campsites there. Actually, there's 4 campsites that I like the best there. The one that I really like, I broke my ankle there 2 years ago. Laid me up for almost a whole camping season. I still went camping, all gimped up, but when I broke my ankle in that campsite, I found out what it was like to crawl through the damn bushes to get back into camp. Is that man-made teepees still up in that one site? I haven't seen one. No. Actually, it wouldn't be there now. It wouldn't be there now because camp is closed and all sites have been cleaned out of anything that anybody has done to them. They locked the gate. They locked the gate. Yeah. Nobody's supposed to be camping in any of our Great Divide campsites right now at any campground in the Great Divide district. I don't know what the other districts are doing.
Just turn down my heat.
Yeah, Kathy turned on her heat. Caved in. Turn on the heat. I'm hoping they get the heat working in this building better. I'm good with it right now. I'm sitting here. I'm fully dressed, except I ain't got no socks or shoes on, barefoot. I'm a barefooted fool when I'm at home, man. I don't like shoes. I I don't mind socks, but if I'm going to be running in and out of my kitchen, I found that socks can be a real hazard. I've landed on my ass a few times. Yeah, it's all
Like being in the woods again, huh?
yeah, it's all tile floor in there, and I hit that shit and not thinking, woo, there we go. Although I still bounce. That's one thing my doctor did say is she said, I'm really glad to see your calcium and potassium levels. She said, because you're still hard bone. She said, yeah. She says, I don't have to worry about you busting a hip. And I said, yeah, but it hurts more now that I ain't got any fat on me. And I said, because now the bone hits, and oh my God, that hurts. I don't like that shit. I can't even sit. I sit on a pillow in my studio chair just because my ass hurts too much on the regular seat. And even my couch, I got a nice big pillow there, and I sit on that damn thing if I'm sitting on the couch watching something on TV or something, because I can't spend more than a half an hour, and I'm going, oh, my ass hurts. Jesus, I got to get up and walk. Here, that was one thing I asked maintenance guy today when he changed out the outlet. I said, what's with the heat? I said, I got the thermostat set all the way up, 80 degrees. And I said, and there's hardly any heat coming out of that register. I said, it should be almost too hot to touch. I said, I don't know if the zone valve has gone bad or what. And he walks over and he feels it and he goes, well, no, there's heat coming through. He says, turn your thermostat all the way down, all the way up 3-4 times for me. And I did. And you can hear the zone valve. So it's working. And he laughed and he goes, no, he says, management directed us to only have the boiler running at, I think it's 125 degrees. And he says, usually it runs at 210 and right at boiling, And the system's got antifreeze in it so they can run it at boiling temp without having to worry about too much pressure. But he says, no, we'll crank that up once it stays below freezing for a full week. Yeah. I said, well, we had below freezing all of last week. He says, yeah, but now they're forecasting it's not going to be below freezing for at least another week. He said, so we're just about ready to crank it up. And no, now it's going to warm up. I said, you fuckers. So it's staying between 68 and 70 in here right now. So I'm good with that. I love this time of year. Electricity is no more than $60. That with my heat for about the next 5 months. Wow. Yeah. My running water, I don't know what his heat bills run him, but yeah, his electric is $100. I think it's $100 and something a month, and his heat in the winter usually runs about $3 a month, $3.50.
My light bill is like $200.
Yeah.
But I leave all this shit on.
Yeah.
Day. I shut it off at night, and then I have 4 computers running.
Yeah.
2 refrigerators, a big ass deep freeze.
Yeah.
TV's on and all that other book. But my gas bill is like $45 to $50 a month in the winter.
Yeah,
so
because
I just put that brand new furnace in, so.
You don't run it real hot, and
63 all winter.
Yeah, and you're not using the upstairs a lot.
No.
You,
Well,
you
this is
spend most of
3
your
floors.
time down there.
Yeah, because I have the basement, the main floor, and then I have a upstairs too.
Right.
The heat vents upstairs are shut off.
Yeah.
They don't
Why
even-
heat?
Yeah.
We had a big Victorian house for a while that I did that. I shut all the heat vents off on the top floor completely down, and down on the main floor, the wife liked to keep it pretty warm, usually about 72, 74, right in there. And shit, it was 65 upstairs in all the bedrooms up there. And if you're going to use the master bathroom upstairs by the 2 big bedrooms, you just walked in there and flipped that old heat register open. There's 2 doors into that bathroom, and you close the doors, flip that heat register open, and in 5 minutes you're ready to get in the shower. It's so fucking hot in there. Yeah. Earl.
He's telling me it's time for bed. It must be around 11. Let's see. 11:30. Yep.
Yeah.
No?
No, he's saying, no, I'm good for a little bit.
Yeah, around 11 o'clock you'll start bugging me. It's funny how they sense that.
Yeah, they have a routine, and they get so used to your routine and theirs.
I understand. Blame him. Don't
Now
blame
in
me.
summertime, it is 300 to 400 because of hot here for 2 to 4 months. Yeah. That's my cousin. He lives down in Texas right now. Hey, he's had property in New Mexico, Montana, blah blah blah. Well, I went down and visited my aunt and uncle and my cousins one year, and we got to talking, and I was telling them about our heat costs up here. And at that time, we were paying about $400 a month, and fuel was cheap. Our house wasn't well insulated at all. And I said, and that you're paying that for 4.5, 5 months, And they said, well, and then you got 2 months that you're still heating, but it's not as high. They said, oh, really? They said, well, you should see our utility bill. They don't have any heat costs. They didn't have any heat costs when they were living in New Mexico. And they said, because if it got cold, we had electric space heaters throughout the house. Each bedroom had one, and there was one in the living room and one in the dining room. And you just heat that room a little bit, and it's real comfortable, real quick and easy. They said what kills us is the electric bill, because they run their air conditioner for almost 8 months of the year. And I was looking at what they were paying per month for electric, and I said, shit, you guys can keep this crap. I'm not moving down here. I don't want to have to pay that kind of utility. Sindaloo's in Arizona. Yeah. And that's one thing that a lot of people don't understand either, is if you're living in any of the high desert states, the Sierra Nevadas, anyway, those high deserts during the day, they cook the living shit out of you, and you're going to freeze your ass off at night.
Yeah. Isn't that weird how that works?
It is. It's amazing. I would think that hot desert would stay hot throughout the night, But hell no. I've been in the Sierra Nevadas and just about froze my frickin' ass off in late June, early July. I was in the Sierra Nevadas late August one year, and I hated it. I couldn't sleep at night, man. My gear just wasn't warm enough.
Yeah.
And during the day, running around in a pair of shorts, that's it, man. couldn't handle anything more than a pair of shorts and your hiking boots. And no, it was too weird and every time I went to the Sierra Nevadas, I ended up with a damn summer cold. And it was from that weather change constantly, Yeah.
Hey, you gotta knock that over.
Knock that out. You'll get a drill tangled up in your hide.
You know what he do? He knocks my drills over.
He knocks them over?
Yeah, he'll knock them off the bench onto the floor. And
Sure, because he knows.
Yeah, he's yawning his ass off. He's tired. All right. Sty's already 10 minutes over when he said he was doing, so you can blame
Yeah. Blame me.
Blame Sty. Sty's fault. Not mine.
Yeah. Snowbird. So many places to camp cheap. They're
Native
a
Granny.
place $180 a year. That's pretty sweet. The thing is, though, I don't know. I just, we'll see. I don't know what the future will bring, but I would like to be a snowbird. There's things about the winter up here that I really do like, and what I figured is if I could go south, I've got family all over Texas and New Mexico, and and they got plenty of property. I could actually set up camp right on their property. But with the world the way it is today, do you even feel safe traveling,
Yeah.
And hey, Scott, good to see you. Native Grammy, sweetie.
She jumped in there.
Yep, she's here. It's great to see her. She had planned on coming camping at one of my campgrounds this year, but couldn't make it. And I was pretty sad about that. I was thrilled that Jan and John from Adventures in the Heartland were going to come up, and that Nick Green came up, and of course I got Tales from a Campground host. He's only 22 miles away from me down there, but when I heard Native Grammy and I looked, and sure enough, she had made a reservation for a week at one of my campgrounds. She was going to stay at a campground that I didn't stay in. And I had already talked to my supervisor and said, guess what? My 2 tents will stay on my site, but I'm hauling my trailer up there for that week. And I'm taking a campsite up there while she's there. And I was thrilled. I was pretty excited about that. Native Grammy and I would have definitely been burning the midnight oil chatting that because she'd be coming back to her old neck of the woods from here, and her now living in Oregon, that she's been kind of missing the Wisconsin Northwoods, and I thought, that would be so sweet. That would have been fun. Scott saying, come camp in Michigan. Would love to meet you. Getting closer to spring, if I don't host a campground next year, Scott, keep that fresh on your mind towards spring. And if I don't host a campground, that's something I absolutely would do. And if anybody, Native Grammy, says, maybe this summer, if you do that again, hey, do it whether I host or not. I'll get a campsite right next to you, girl. You betcha. I'd be there. What
part of Michigan is Scott in?
Yeah, Scott. What part of Michigan?
You can camp in Detroit, but I don't know how safe it would be.
That's it. If you ask me, if you ask me to come and set up camp in Flint, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll never forget my uncle, my aunt and uncle. My uncle was an executive for the Detroit airport, and he had
For Metro?
is that the big one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Metro.
Romulus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his home bordered airport property.
Oh.
But the planes never flew directly over his property. They were flying lateral to his property. So it was pretty cool. You could sit in his front yard out in the lawn chairs and watch planes coming and going out of the airport. But he was a pretty eccentric character. He had invested big mutual bucks. I want to find out who it was that got this airplane. But he commissioned to have a Spitfire totally restored.
Sweet.
But his wife, my aunt, wouldn't let him fly. And he said, for Christ's sakes, I'm an executive for the airport, and you won't let me have a private pilot's license. You're not flying. She says, I see how you drive. I don't want you in the air.
Damn.
Well, so with their whole marriage, he wasn't allowed to fly. She would have dumped him. So, but she passed away, and go to the UP of Michigan. Oh, I'm up in the UP all the time. UP is only 40 minutes from me. Yeah. I go over to Ironwood, Michigan and shop and shit over there all the time. I used to have I had a honey over there for a while. But anyway, this guy, when my aunt passed away, what was the first thing he did? Literally within 2 months, he had his private pilot's license. And he got to fly that Spitfire one time. And boy, that was the story of his life. Scott says he lives in, how do you say, I can't see it. Macomb?
Yeah.
Where's Macomb?
He's not far from me. I'm in Warren. He's just down the road.
Oh, okay.
Macomb's not far at all from me.
Yeah. Kind of central state, isn't that?
He's kind of in between me and Phil. No, Macomb's, no, east side.
Oh, it is on the east, still on the east end? Yeah.
He's in between me and Phil.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, we could, yeah. In northern Indiana? If I did that, then John and Jan could meet up with us at the same time. Yeah. Don't ask me to go to Ohio, though. I'm sorry, I don't do Ohio. What I do is I go down through Michigan and I cut right across the corner of Ohio, right into PA as quick as I can. I'm sorry, I don't do Ohio. No. Oh, the Ohio State troopers run me right to the frickin' mill, and I'm not. No. I don't. I like the people of Ohio. I don't like their state one bit. Them or Illinois. I don't do Illinois either. I'm sorry, folks, but I just don't. Yeah, Scott, thanks. I agree.
I gotta do Ohio, so I don't have much choice.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. That's a business situation, and that's the only reason I had to do Ohio was when I drove over the road truck. I had to do Ohio all the time. They even got me when I was driving over the road truck. So I'm owner operator leased on I'm sorry. Illinois and Ohio, I just didn't drive a lot in those two states. They were drive-throughs. I never once picked up a load or dropped a load in either one of those two states. Every other state I have, but not those two. So I would leave Wisconsin. Well, hell, I don't need fuel until I get to Pennsylvania. So I would never buy fuel in Illinois or Ohio. Well, they finally caught up with me. And them sons of bitches sent me a tax bill and a frickin' bench warrant if I get caught in their state. Because they fined the living bejesus out of me for not paying my state fuel tax. Them sons of bitches. The Upper Michigan, and Michigan. Oh yeah. The UP. But yeah, I just don't do Ohio or Indiana or Illinois well. And it sucks, Indiana being between the two, but I can get to Indiana by going down through Michigan. Then I can get around Ohio or Illinois. If, like I said, Ohio, I'll just cut the corner right up there. Michigan, hop, skipping, and jumping, I'm in PA. And I literally drive whatever that posted speed limit is. I make damn sure I'm 1 mile below it. Not 5 miles below it, because they'll pull my ass over for obstructing traffic. If I'm 5 miles over it, or even 1 mile over it, they're going to nail my ass. They're going to pull me over.
I mean, all the times we've gone down to Ohio, 9 times last year, and we've never had a cruise controls on 70, and off we go.
I'm not that lucky in Ohio.
And the turnpike is full of state cops.
Yeah.
Every little divider in the highway, they're sitting.
There, yeah. Yeah. Ohio doesn't lack state troopers. That's for damn sure.
Oh, they don't. And they don't take no shit either. Ohio don't. I go on YouTube sometimes at night. I'll sit there and watch like high-speed chases.
Yeah.
It's all Ohio. It's almost all Ohio.
So much of it. If it's not California, it's Ohio. Yep. Yeah.
But I get like these little morbid flashes where I want to watch car crashes and plane crashes, and I don't know.
Yep. I do that too. I do that too.
Watching autopsies.
Oh, jeez.
Watching autopsies.
I don't know if you've ever watched them, but you aware of the old 1,000 Faces of Death series?
Yeah. 1,000 Ways to Die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my brother got all of them they ever made, and we did a 1,000 Ways to Die marathon at his house one day. Oh my God, hours and hours of watching that shit.
Oh, yeah.
And I enjoyed watching it. It's terrible that a person would admit that, but I enjoyed watching it, but not as much as my brother. You'd swear to God we were watching comedies all day. The way that son of a bitch would laugh. And, holy God, did you see that shit?
Yeah.
And
some of it is kind of like it's almost comical with these people. I work in Sterling Heights, close to. Yeah, I'm at 9 Mile and Van Dyke.
yeah, that marathon was going good until his wife walked in the room and two of his kids were sitting there watching it with us.
Oh.
I would have never let my kids sit and watch that shit. But he said, no, the kids got to understand what death's all about, And I said, really, Kim is good with that? And he goes, yeah, she knows. She gets it. Oh no, he got it when she walked in the room, found those kids watching that shit. No, he got it good. He got it good. I miss my brother for that fact and those years when his kids were younger. And I went to visit him one day, and it was just him and the kids at home, and we're in his dining room chatting, and his wife had this big cockatiel, right? Big old freaking bird. Nasty bastard, too. Bite like a son of a bitch, that bird. And we're just standing there talking, and that bird comes flying through the dining room, and I'm like, you son of a bitch. Stay away from me, you son of a bitch. And if some bitch landed on the big ceiling fan in their dining room. Well, right next to me, there's the button. I hit that switch, and it's one of those where you can turn it, adjust the speed. And I turned it all the way down, hit the button, and then just cranked it up till it started turning. And that bird's up there riding on that blade. And he's going around in circles, and he starts kind of singing and jumping around up there like he's liking this shit. And I thought, yeah, like this a little. And I cranked it up a little more. And he's hanging on tighter, and he's thinking it's pretty cool. Yeah, when it got to the point that son of a bitch is hanging out backwards and his wings are spread out, and he's hanging on for dear freaking life, I got it cranked all the way up, and that bird just... My brother's laughing his ass off. My sister-in-law walks in the house. I hit that button to shut it off, and it was too late. That bird couldn't hang on anymore. He let go, and you could hear him hit their patio doors. Boom! She come in, and that freaking bird's walking around in the kitchen, staggering like a son of a bitch. Oh my God, what's wrong with the bird? What's wrong with the bird? I said, I don't know. It looks like he's been drinking or something. I don't know. And my brother told me a couple days later, he says, I had to confess to Kim that you did that to her bird. I said, no. He goes, well, she wanted to know how the bird shit ended up on the 2 dining room walls.
Oh, no.
He says that bird was shitting while he was spinning on that fan, and his shit was splattering up there about 7 feet off the floor. And she wanted to know, how did we get a ring of bird shit around these walls here? He said I had to explain. Yeah.
Sty did it.
Yep. Sty did it. And the only satisfaction I got out of that is at least he was true to form, because even if he had done it, I would have been the one that did it,
Well, Betty, I'm going to have to cruise because I got to get up early.
Yeah, I'm going to have to cruise myself. We're right there at the 4-hour mark.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, well, that broke me in for the streaming season, the next 6 months of live streaming. So now when I shut her down at 3 hours, it'll feel like an early night, Yeah. So, hey, buddy, it's always great having you on, man. I just love it. And it's cool to see you so busy down in your basement.
I am so busy. I'm beyond busy right now.
Yeah.
I got so much going on. But I get it done.
Get it done a little bit at a time, all the time, right? He hit his device, and it says device not connected. Oh, there you go, Mike. Everybody out there in the chat, love y'all. I want to thank every one of you for being here. And look at that, there he figured it out. Yeah, device. Yeah,
No,
device.
I had this heater, but I had it just on the fan, and all I did was shut it off, and it disconnected it. I don't know, it's kind of weird because my camera is like like this thing is right here. And
Right.
my computer is way over there.
Right.
So why
That's-
it's disconnected like that? That's kind of weird.
That is. Hey, that leads me to a quick question before you take off. Answer this one if you can. I wish Phil was here because maybe he could answer it if you can't, because I can't. And this is no shit. And I had it confirmed because I made sure that I had 4 different people witness this. My Forest Service truck that I used all summer, every time I'd start it, it started like $1 million. Vroom, fire right up. Boom, 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 boom. Every time I went, I only got fuel at one gas station. It's the same gas station every time. But every time I go there, you use a credit card to get fuel on the government vehicle. I'd use the pump, get my fuel, get it all done, print the receipt off, get in the truck, go to start that damn truck, turn the key, and it would start, vroom, and the starter would just kept going. Have to shut the bitch off and start it again, and then it'd be fine.
What kind of truck?
It was a Ford F-150,
Probably
and
a
it,
solenoid.
but it never. I started that truck probably 1,000 times plus this summer.
You wore
It
out.
never did it once anywhere else. It only did it at that gas pump.
Oh, that's weird.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
And I talked to these 4 guys, and I told them, I said, you got to witness it 2-3 times for me. And because I put fuel in weekly, and all 4 of them guys, usually a couple of them were together. One time, all 4 of them were standing there. And I said, now watch when I start this son of a bitch. I start it, damn starters keeps running, shut it off. And I said, now it'll start fine. Start it, start fine. I said, and it only does it here at the pump. And those guys were shocked after about the 3rd or 4th time they witnessed that. And they said, there is something sending some kind of signal to your system that's telling it to keep that starter running. There's something triggering something in the electronics or something at this fuel pump. Isn't that fucking weird?
I think it's aliens.
What the fuck? They're fucking with my truck.
Yeah. It's aliens.
It's aliens. Uh-oh. That'll have to be for next Thursday night.
There you
go. So everybody, come back next Thursday night, and we'll continue on the mystery of the starter in my Forest Service truck.
The alien gas pump.
Yeah. So again, guys, love y'all. Hey, hope to see you Monday, starting the new schedule, Sty Times. And I'm going to exit tonight with me dancing up my way out with that pretty girl. You know, I know you guys are jealous, but I can't help it. I can't help it. She just loves to dance. And we'll see you all either Monday night, Wednesday night, or next Thursday night.
No night.
No night. So you all take care of yourselves. Stay safe.
Thank you, everybody.
Night, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye.